हेलो।
All the best. So this is now the final session. So that's why I said now people will come. So they have to come. ठीक है. So both of you running away. Both of you running away.
Both of us, sir?
Running away at 4 p.m.
I know. There's flight to catch tomorrow.
रात में भी फ्लाइट है 3:30 बजे.
No, 8 o'clock is the last flight.
ठीक है रहेगा.
From Kanpur. We go from Lucknow. Kanpur ticket is here. There's no direct.
अभी 9 का सेशन है. इंस्टीट्यूट में आपको टी-शर्ट मिलेगी.
टी शर्ट से नहीं मतलब मेरा एक डायरी आपका लेके जाओ, वो मेरा है, एक से ले लो।
टी-शर्ट मिलेगी.
थैंक यू। सोच रहा हूँ कि थोड़ा
फाइनल सेशन है. वहाँ कितने बजे निकलना है? फाइनल सेशन
30 हो गया। गेस्ट हाउस से बोला हूँ गाड़ी।
Why you need the rest?
7 साल का बुढ़ा आदमी थोड़ा ध्यान देना।
8 साल में कोई बोलता नहीं होता.
अपना चलो ना आगे के काम में।
चालू कर दिए, चालू कर दिए। बैटरी सारा कहाँ चला गया? हाँ बैटरी चला गया। हाँ पता नहीं, डिस्प्ले देखा था। अरे पहले
सही हो गया है इतना हद से।
Hello, hi everyone, good afternoon. Thanks so much for coming for the session. Today we'll talk a little bit about, and if you're running a startup, how you can manage your finance. So quick show of hands, how many of you here are startups, running your own company? Or who are aspiring entrepreneurs? Awesome. A lot of you might have attended the session yesterday from Sanket. He did a keynote yesterday. This is more a little bit of double click from what his session was, really towards helping you understand what, if you're running a business, what it means to run a startup, right? So I have a few slides, and then I'll have Tamana from my team also show you a quick overview of what QuickBooks can help you achieve. So a little bit introduction, we're all from a company called Intuit. We're from Bangalore. Intuit is a 35-year-old company. We're based out of Mountain View. In India, our headquarters is in Bangalore. A little bit intro with a small video of what
The path to prosperity is not easy for everyone. Half of small businesses fail within 5 years, and more people than ever struggle with debt. Intuit is here to change the story with giant solutions like TurboTax, QuickBooks, and Mint that give everyone the power to prosper. Intuit, proud makers of TurboTax, QuickBooks, and Mint.
So yeah, that's a brief introduction. So Intuit has primarily 3 products. The major one in India is QuickBooks. QuickBooks, what it allows you to do is helps you track your financial expenses, invoices, your sales, helps you track how profitable you are as a business, etc. And a lot of times when people think about Intuit, because we are an enterprise company, being like $6 billion, they think we sell into large companies. We don't. We actually serve small businesses and startups. Our ideal customer size is around 10 employees in your company. That's the ideal size to use a product like ours. So first thing that we tell to startups is, when you're starting up a company, let's say you're starting off with a certain capital of, let's say, 10 lakhs, the first thing you need to monitor is always your burn rate. Now, when you start off, it always looks like this, right? Your expenses are much more than what you get from your customers. So the most important thing is to realize how many months will this money last, right? If you're starting with 10 lakhs, maybe you put from your pocket, you've got from your friends. So keep track of it every time. So every month on month you will incur certain expenses like your employees' expenses, your travel here, maybe your expenses for your food, etc. So always make sure you're tracking them, right? So most important, the first one is monitor your burn rate. Now, monitoring your burn rate means you're making these transactions on Paytm, you're making these transactions on your bank accounts, etc. So how do you put a central place to all of it? It's hard, right? You make so many, we don't even collect receipts from a lot of these places when you're making these expenses. So actually there are 4 categories. If you're running a startup, there are 4 categories in which your expenses will majorly fall into. The first one is, you'll always have suppliers who are giving you some service, right? Maybe you're buying a furniture for your business, or you're running a Facebook ad, so Facebook becomes your supplier. So make sure you track all of that, and in Intuit's lingo, we call them as bills. So whenever you want to pay a supplier 45 days from now, you create a bill on QuickBooks, you keep that there, and say, after 45 days, I want to pay this person. So automatically QuickBooks will help you track that. So that's the first one. Now, a lot of times we are making these transactions via cards, and it stays in your bank account, right? So you import your bank transactions, okay? And you know that you probably spent like 10,000 rupees coming here to Kanpur, and that will show up in your bank account. So you select the category saying travel and expenses. So link your bank transactions so you know which category of expenses you're spending the most, right? Sometimes people say that on fuel you're spending more. Maybe it's more economical to do an Uber than have like a bike, etc. So it helps you unearth certain of these insights so you can optimize the money that you have. And a lot of times we always do these cash expenses, we don't collect receipts, etc. Always make sure you're tracking them coffee shop, you're paying a stationery person, etc. And the last category and the biggest where you'll see your money going into is employees, right? You're a small startup, you hire like 5 folks, you'll always see that employees will be your biggest category of expenses. So, and Tavana will walk through like how you can exactly do this on QuickBooks, but these are the 4 primary things from an expense standpoint that you need to maintain. Now you're 1 year into the business, you start seeing customers coming in, so you see revenue coming in. Now the most important thing, especially if you're a B2B startup, is to make sure that your customers are paying you on time, right? You deliver a service, you've raised an invoice, sometimes just the finance team may not be able to like pay you on time. So it's super important that you really know where your money can come in, and make sure you're sending prompt emails to your customer saying we haven't received your payment yet, can we help expedite it? So all of these become super key, because at the end of the day, cash is the way you want to you will survive, right? 90% of the startups go out of business because you're not managing your finances really, really well. So when your sales kicks in, it's super important for you to raise invoices, keep track if those invoices are getting paid on time, and be very professional about folks who have not paid you on time as well, right? Again, so there are 4 categories here. Invoices is if you're running a business-to-business startup, if you're selling into large enterprises, then you raise an invoice saying, okay, after 45 days you pay for my service. If you're a company like sort of like a retail store where you're selling and you get money then and there, that's called as a sales receipt. That's how you keep track there. And a lot of times you will have to do, some of your customers will do advance payment, refunds, etc. Make sure you track them. And again, the same source of truth for all of your transactions is your bank statement. So make sure that it's all linked in one single place where you're able to see all of this view at an aggregate level. The third best practice that we tell is always like, when we're starting off, we always try and think that, we just can manage everything. You will have to delegate a lot of your tasks with your employees, or sometimes even with an accountant, right? A lot of times all these tax GST that you need to pay, sometimes they say that we get notices, etc. from the government and you've not paid taxes on time, etc. So make sure that you're making those smart decisions of having an accountant who can partner with you. While QuickBooks will help you automate or help track a lot of these expenses, if you can add a collaborator like an accountant within the product itself, that's really going to be helpful for your business. And the last one is, a lot of times you will realize that you're on the go, you're meeting your customers, you're talking to a lot of investors, etc. So always make sure that you choose a software or a platform where you can get access to all your data, finance data instantaneously. So anywhere access to your finance becomes super critical, and that's why software which is on cloud or a mobile base makes more sense if you're running a startup. And when you're running a startup, you'll always find that you're chasing too many things, you're doing too many stuff. So always make sure you have few key KPIs you can track. This was built with some startups who we work with. So they say if you can monitor how much money you're spending to acquire a customer versus the revenue that you're able to get from them, how many of them are you able to retain? All of this becomes super important while you're tracking at an Uber level whether your company is making a profit or a loss. Knowing which of your customers are super profitable is very important. And when you're hiring employees and running a company, make sure that when you're giving your sales targets to them, it's always 1.5 or 2x times than what you would like them to achieve. Because your most important resource as a startup would be time, right? And we talked about burn rate, where you're tracking how much more money you would have. The ideal runway you should aim for is like 6 to 12 months. So that's it from me. You can check out more about the startup program. We run workshops like these, and we also have few more materials, etc. that we offer to startups. We do have like a free offer of QuickBooks for 9 months. You can try. Do sign up here. It's intuitcircles.com. With that, I would actually give it to Kamana to get into she'll help you walk through how QuickBooks can help you actually do some of these things.
Thank you, Archana. Sorry, bear with me and I have a bad throat if I know. If all of you who are carrying a smartphone, if you can just put on the browser quickbooks.in and press enter, you will find this software, the web page of this software. After coming to this page, it's very simple. It's like everyone can use QuickBooks who wants to take an account of their business, keep an account for their business. So after you add this page, what you have to do is you go to the start a 30-day free trial, and once you click on this, there's a short form which you have to fill, which takes your all basic details. It says email address, first name, last name, mobile number, password, and confirm password. You don't have to put in any of your credit card details or etc. You just need to fill your basic details. Once that is done, you can click on start the free trial. Now once your free trial is done, what you can do is you can just sign in. So I created myself, for me to demo, I have created a trial account here. I'll take you through that. So once you log in into QuickBooks, it's very safe, so it's asking me the password because I generally do it from my laptop. Once you are into the interface, if it's like first time you're logging in, it'll give you a test drive of the entire software. But since I've logged in a couple of times, it would. So I've logged in a couple of times. It's taking you to a different screen. But once you start, you'll see something as setting up your account. So I go to this there. It is saying account created and add your GST details. But if it wasn't this, you would go here and you can upload your company logo here, as you can see here. Add your billing address, whatever your company's billing address is. Enter your email ID, the company email ID that you want to communicate to the customer, vendor, supplier, whatever. Enter those details, add your company phone number. Once you've done this setup, click on done and then go to your GST, because nowadays all the businesses require GST. But for example, you are a business that is just starting up and you don't have your GST number, you can simply click on I don't have GST and then click on the filing frequency required, what is your address, and you can finish the setup. So first part of company setup is done. So you have created your account, you have created your GST and company details. This part is taken care of now. Now moving on to start invoicing. Once you are into, you have your customers, you want to invoice them. What you can do is you go to start invoicing, create a customized invoice here. So once you click here, it will show you once you go inside, it has a ready to use templates, whatever you like you can choose. So if you want to experiment on the design, you can do that. You can change the template. For example, you want to use this one, you want to use this kind of template. You want to edit some of the content of the invoice, that also you can do. If you want to edit the email content that goes to your customer, that also you can edit from this part. Now if you see the company setup which I did in the first part, if I entered the company name, the address, the email ID, all it is auto populated inside the invoices. So you don't have to like sit again and fill these details. These are auto populated inside this. So this is a sample invoice that is created. Now once this is done, you can click on done. You can make it as funky as you want your invoice to look like. It will be a professional, unlike your Excel sheets and where you create your invoices out of your Excel. It's very professional, and when you send to a customer, give a nice profile for your startup. And for example, once you've done your invoice customization, you can move on to send your first invoice. Sorry, it's taking time because I'm connected to hotspot. So once you're here, now you want to create an invoice for a customer. If it's like a new account, you can add new customer. If it's like pre-filled data, that you can maybe choose a customer, put his email ID. Mine is already filled in. One customer demo I've already filled in. What are the net terms that you want to bill this customer for? Either it's 15 days, 30 days, 60 days, or you want to customize that also. You can do those terms. You can put your invoice date, due date, and put all the service date, what is the service date, what is the product and service required, and you can enter those details and you can send the invoice right away. Once you've sent your first invoice, now you want to probably look into see how much you're making. So for that you can, so in QuickBooks there's a feature called Bank Connect, which means that all your banks which are used for your business transaction can be connected inside QuickBooks. So it's like a one click, you can connect your bank, or you can maybe if it's HDFC, you can select HDFC. Put your customer ID, put your IPIN password, it'll take the transactions from your bank and you'll be able to categorize those transactions. For now I'm not connecting this, but it's like one step from here you can connect your bank directly. Once your bank connections are done, you can review your transactions, like which transaction you want to pull in for your business. There might be some which are personal, you don't want to pull out those, but those which are business related, you can pull out, extract those, import into the QuickBooks. It's like multi-select options is there, so you pull out those and enter import into your QuickBooks account. Once those details are entered, you can start seeing what are your profits, what are the losses, what are the expenses you have done so far. Now this is the dashboard. Once it's fully filled, you will see more detailed version of this. Now these are the expenses that I have incurred over the past 1 month. You can also see what were the expenses for financial quarter or financial year. What are my profit and loss. Now moving on to invoices we have covered. Now if you want to add your customers, you might be having 10-15 existing customers. Now when you are starting on QuickBooks, you can simply import that Excel file into QuickBooks. Now for example, I have these 2 customers, but I want to enter entire 10 to 15 customer data. So what you can do is import customer, and you download this sample file. This sample file will be an Excel sheet which has all the field names on top of it, and you can just copy paste your data inside it. Once the data is copy pasted, you just upload this here and your customers will be imported inside this QuickBooks account. Similarly, you can enter your employee details, like if I'll just show you quickly, you can just go here, enter your employee details, what is the form of billing rate you're charging, the employee is charging to you. You can enter all these details, and at the end of the month when you're doing payroll, this will be calculated inside QuickBooks. And this is the reports feature. The next one is the most important for any startup, because when they are approaching, I mean, when they think of now is the time I want to look out for funding, This is the most important part because this helps you create customizable reports. There are hundreds of templates that are available that you can simply click on one and create your business report. But if you want to customize any report based on the investor requirement, you can also do that. So this feature is the most important for startups because whenever they're in need of looking out for new funds, they can export reports out of it and present to their investors. Now, if you think, many of us won't have the accounting knowledge of saying that, okay, I don't know what is taxes, what is accounting. So these two tabs can be handled by your accountant. Now, how to add that accountant into your QuickBooks is a very simple process. So if you go to settings and you go to manage users, you can enter. So in QuickBooks, in one single QuickBooks account, you can add up to 7 users, 5 with admin access and 2 for accountant access. So currently there's only one user, but you can add multiple users from this tab. There are also unlimited users. If you want just give them only the reporting access, there's only then the number is unlimited. If you want to give reporting access to your user, like you might be having 10, 15 people who have invested in your company and they want to see how your company is progressing. So if you give those access to your investors, they can any day or time they can go inside and check how your business is doing at that particular time. Now, if you want to add your accountant to this business, you can simply click on accounting firms, and then basically it will ask for the accountant email ID. If you see here, you can simply add your accountant's email ID. He'll get an invite on his email saying that you are invited to the QuickBooks account. So he can create his credentials to enter into this QuickBooks account. So this accountant can take care of your taxes and accounting. Now, for example, if a startup wants to build an app which is complementary to QuickBooks, like QuickBooks is an accounting software which takes care of your books of account from end to end. But if there's a startup who wants to build a solution for maybe, for example, payroll or timekeeping, so what we've done is we've built an inbuilt app store for those startups whose apps are displayed here. So there are essential apps, there are staff apps, and there are free apps. So you can pick and choose what app you want to. This is basically if you want to integrate, if you're already using QuickBooks and you want to integrate with some existing apps, that is also possible. But if a startup wants to build an app based on the integration, integration with QuickBooks, that is also possible. And once that integration is published, your app will appear here. Now all these apps that are appearing here have access to around 3.6 million customers worldwide. So if, for example, your app is here, 3.6 million customers have access to this. They can go in and maybe subscribe to your app and start using it. So this is one of the examples where a startup called T-Sheets was. So there was a startup who was T-Sheets, and they developed an app of time tracking. It was so good that QuickBooks acquired them, and now it's a QuickBooks product. But it started as a startup, and they built an app, and they did so well that QuickBooks acquired them. So this is one use case which can motivate startups to build complementary apps with QuickBooks. So I'll now, because we're short of time, I'll open to questions. If you have questions, please ask. And we also have giveaways. We'll do a 3-question quiz. Whoever answers, will give out t-shirts to them. Any questions?
This accountant that you connected, so maybe 6 companies will connect to the same accountant. So they will use one software, or they have their own software where they can do QuickBooks.
startup will give an account of your own. So the
No,
account.
startup is account of its own, but they invite their accountant
Yeah.
for to show it.
Yeah.
So that email goes to them, right? Now, more than one company invites them like that.
Yes.
So will they have one account or they will have multiple accounts?
They do have multiple accounts, right?
So that's a company-wide.
Yeah, it's company-wide. Today,
So,
email.
because currently what accountants are doing is they are using Tally and they manage multiple companies in that.
Yeah. So for that, there is a special feature within QuickBooks where you can add multiple
So
companies.
they'll be able to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? We'll then go to the quiz.
Okay, so how many years old is Intuit as a company? Very good. Anyone else had that answer? Okay, next question. Tell me two features of QuickBooks. Any two features that we've talked about now?
Accounting and invoicing.
Raise your hands, please. Okay.
Accounting and invoicing.
Yeah. Anyone else?
Reports which will be helpful for VC governance.
And one more, sir.
Taxes and accounting which can be done separately by an accountant.
Great, great. Okay. Any more features that we can Yes. And one more? Okay. We can give to him and yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. And multiple users and invoicing. Any other if you remember? Invoices are already taken. Okay, you can give it. And okay, where's the headquarters of Intuit?
Bengaluru.
Raise your hand. Maybe the one, last row. No, no.
US.
California.
Okay, it's Mountain View.
California.
It's Mountain View. In Bangalore, we have a development center where all the engineers and they develop all the products. It's the second largest office out of Mountain View.
It's in California.
It's Mountain View.
Mountain View is in California.
Do you remember any other product which Intuit makes? Anyone? Raise your hands. You want to try? Yeah, correct. Yeah. Who said TurboTax? Okay. Can you come in front and select your team from there? Okay. Yeah, correct. And last question probably. How many admin access can you give inside QuickBooks? Raise your hand and answer. Okay, you get it. Who else said? Okay, if you can add how many accountant access within the 7. Okay, great. That's very good. One is here. Thank you so much for being super.
Who already got that? Who already opted that? You can ask.
Who already?
Existing users. Existing users.
Okay, who are the existing users? Okay, he is the existing user. He gets. Okay, you are also the existing user. Okay. Yeah. Before we just started this startup program because we want to give back to the society. So we've started with 9 months of free QuickBooks and 50% off the next 1 year. But even without the offer, the software is very reasonable. It's only priced at 5,000 per year. So anyone, any startup can afford it. and the capabilities are like immense. You'll get great value out if you start using this book. I think with that I'll end. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next we have industry roundtable, and now I'd like to call upon Amit Tiwari sir. He is the president of IIT to introduce us about the program.
Good afternoon all. Now we have a panel discussion. The format was basically how industry and academia can work together for the betterment of the industries as well as society. That was a much needed program. Most of the audience, industries, small businesses, startups, they were continuously asking if we should be get connected with the expertise of IIT type of institutions. IIT has a lot of potential, lot of resource, but how we can get benefited with the resources of the IIT. Similarly, IIT has a question, IIT already has a doubt, they are ready to support the industry, but industry should come forward. They should tell us the problem, and it would be certainly IIT would love to give the solution of those problems. So since it was a more demanding scenario, so this format has been formed, and I feel proud to say that we have a very good panelist with us to take this session forward. I would like to invite our panel members, Mr. R.K. Agrawal from the MD of NetBlast, the past president of IIT, again the alum of IIT Kanpur. I request Mr. Agrawal to please come and take a seat. I would like to invite Professor Avinash Agrawal. He is the professor of IIT Kanpur. Now I would like to request Mr. S.B. Jakotia, who is the treasurer of Indian Industry Association and the MD of Trinity Tapes Private Limited. Please come on the stage. For the further proceeding, I request Vedant to please take it forward. Thank you.
Well, good evening. I am R.K. Agrawal. I am an alumni of IIT Kanpur only. I passed out in 1973 and run an industry here making automobile parts out of plastic and polyurethane. We supply material to OEMs and we export to Europe. Today we are here for a collaboration which is required for a discussion of collaboration which is required between industry and academia. The fact is the industry has a lot of money and manpower, but their knowledge does not get updated unless they collaborate with the academia. Academia has been doing a lot of research in the past. We have seen they have been filing a number of patents, they have been filing a number of research papers, but are they actually coming over as a product which can impact society? We do not know. Today there is a paradigm shift in the industry. The knowledge has become very important, and one has to really work on technology all the time to be able to compete, to be able to scale up, and to be able to sort of work, sell anything all over the world. Now, the market is not only your city or your country, it is world. Similarly, you can purchase anything from all over the place. I mean, you know that there are certain industries which have died off only because they have not been able to change their technology process. Not necessarily that the product technology is very important, it is the process technology also which is important. We have with us Dr. Avinash Agarwal. He is a professor in mechanical engineering department. You may all must be knowing it. Handles the engine part of automobile industry. In fact, all engines, all kind of engines. And I believe that you're giving consultants to Maruti and some other companies also. So that's a good collaboration that we've started. And he's also heading Techno Park, which is coming up in IIT, which is a new endeavor between IIT Kanpur, being planned at IIT Kanpur, so that industry can start their research at IIT Kanpur. They will be providing the space, and I would request him to first make a presentation on what he intends to do, how he wants to engage industry, how he wants to interface with industry, so that industry can take the benefit of academia. We have on my left, I have Mr. S.P. Jacodia, who is running an industry at Kanpur. He is the National Treasurer of Indian Industry Association, which is having almost 20,000 members countrywide and almost about 1,000 plus members in Kanpur. And he has occupied several positions in that organization. He is also the first generation entrepreneur who was in a pharma industry and slowly graduated into various kind of tapes being manufactured for the security purpose. And you will be glad to know that he is the only company in India which has been approved by US security for the tapes. And also, he is now being approached by passport department, the foreign department or the passport department, to make tapes for them, the cover of the passport, by using his product for the e-passport, I believe, right? So he's also working on this. He is exporting to Europe, he is exporting to a lot of Asian countries around. And so I think he understands what is required by the industry. IIA is mainly an MSME organization where the turnover of the most industry is not beyond 200, 250 crores. So starting from anything like 10. So he would be able to reflect upon as to what industry expects from academia. I'll request Professor Avinash ji to start off with what he intends to talk about technology. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think all of you may be aware that IIT Kanpur is taking many proactive steps to engage with industry at large and to provide solutions. I think we have to identify the basic problem. The basic problem is that industry does not speak the language of the academia, and the academia does not understand or engage with the industry. They do not speak their language. So IIT Kanpur is now, as you have already seen, we have a very strong innovation system, incubation system, and just to take it forward, we are now setting up IIT Kanpur Research Park. So this initiative is called Techno Park at IIT, and the logo is various curious minds converge to innovate. So first of all, we all in this room understand why the collaboration between industry and academia matters. So I will just first tell you the concept of University Research Park. It's not new concept. It's been around for almost 70 years now. Most of the universities in the world have university research park, and they have potential to translate the discovery that is done in the academia into applications which can be converted to wealth by the industry. And they also have developed the talent and human resource. They commercialize the technology, various technologies which are developed in the academia. Please understand that technologies can be most cost-effectively developed in academia. When you develop the technologies in industry, the cost is probably 4 or 5 times higher. So I think that's why in Europe and in most of the Western countries, the technologies are developed mostly in the academia, and I think this is something that is missing in India, and we are trying to address that problem. And then our Technopark will also integrate with the government, higher education and industry, it will serve the industry interest as well. So you can see from this flow chart, the concept is that the knowledge from the universities and private companies, there will be flow of talent, flow of information, exchange of ideas, and then this will lead to growth of companies, creation of new companies, and commercialization of the intellectual properties that are generated in academic institutions. And finally, it will lead to generation of jobs and creation of wealth in our country. So with just a few examples, Stanford started this in 1951, and you can see that there are many, many big companies which have created a lot of wealth all over the world. University Research Park in US and Canada is a pretty matured system. It occupies 47,000 acres, which is roughly about 50 times the area of IIT Kanpur, and it has 124 million square feet of space. Similarly, there are 300 plus parks in the Europe, and now it is coming to India. So in India, we have this successful example of IIT Madras Park. Now IIT Bombay is also setting up. IIT Kanpur is also setting up a research park on the similar lines. So I'll just inform you about the IIT Madras Research Park. So this is IIT Madras Research Park. It's a 14-floor building, and now new buildings have also come up to last floor. They had about 400,000 square feet. They have added another 700 to 800,000 square feet now. And it has 61 companies on board, and some of these are listed here. It currently, when about half of the park is occupied, it currently has employment for about 2,000 people. So many companies have come, set up their offices, they interact with IIT Madras faculty members, and it's a very, very successful model. IIT Bombay, on the other hand, has started very recently. This is a Section 8 company, not-for-profit company, and they have also planned a large building of about 12 or 13 floors. Again, about 300 to 400,000 space, 3 to 400,000 square feet space. We are setting up Technopark at IIT Kanpur. This is a Section 8 company. What Section 8 company formation does is it gives a lot of freedom for the research park to operate outside the boundaries of IIT Kanpur, government setup. So it will be a Section 8 company which will be headed by the ex officio director of IIT Kanpur, and it will offer the intellectual capital, research infrastructure and facilities which the industry needs today. And we will facilitate co-locating and setting up the industrial R&D center in our premises of IIT Kanpur. So this will enable stationing of the industry people on IIT Kanpur campus, which will work hand in hand with the faculty, students and staff members of IIT Kanpur to resolve the problems and to develop the technology. So this is the vision statement. We want to foster the industry-academic collaboration by co-developing the cutting-edge technologies and innovations in line with national priorities and knowledge-based wealth creation by leveraging the core competence. And then there are many mission statements here. So if you look at the IIT Kanpur research ecosystem, it's pretty strong already. We have 430 faculty members right now. We have more than 9,000 students who are top of the line, very intelligent students from all over the country. We have 15 departments, 6 IDPs. We have few labs which are of direct relevance to the industry, where idea to realization of the concept can take place. For example, Imagineering lab, tinkering lab, 4i labs. We have a huge ecosystem, already quite matured ecosystem to work on industry problems. We are having more than 600 external funded projects and more than 200 consultancy projects. We have 450 patents and 56 technologies have already been commercialized by IIT Kanpur. This is the entire research and ecosystem. So we have academic departments, then we have IITs, then we have many research center and thematic areas. We have many central research facilities where specialized equipment which can be made use by the industry, they are located, and all this ecosystem comes under D90. We have a IPR cell, legal and commercialization cell. We have several industry-funded research cells, incubation center, and now the latest addition is science and technology research park. So if you look at it, we have departments in engineering, management, science, humanities, design program, material science, cognitive science. So these are of great interest to the industry. Design, lot of product design can be done with the help of our design program. We have centers of excellence in nanoscience, environmental science, Flexi Center, which is one of the best in the country in flexible electronics, cyber security. Then we have several specialized research facilities such as material characterization facilities. All kinds of material characterization facilities, top of the line, are available, and they will be made available to industry at very, very concessional rates. We have national wind tunnel facility, advanced imaging, focus IRP, and high performance computing. There are many industry-funded research cells, many government organizations, Unilever, and private organizations such as Unilever, TCS, they routinely give us projects to work on their problems. And then we have incubation center, different agencies have set up their incubators, including live incubators. And science and technology park also is now coming up so that we can increase all this interaction with the industry and take it to the next level. These are our typical list of core competence. This is not very comprehensive, but I can very confidently say that we are among the top people in these areas. If you look at telecom and Internet of Things, we are one of the best. Cyber physical system, green networking is our strength. Cyber security, big data, blockchain, smart grids, artificial intelligence, flexible electronics, unmanned aerial vehicles and autonomous helicopters, chemical and bioengineering, energy and fuels and automotive sector, robotics, defense technologies, manufacturing, nanotechnology, and environment. So these are some of our core strengths where we can be directly relevant to the industry. If there is a problem in these areas and many more, we certainly be able to help the industry in solving the problems or developing products in these areas. This may not be of great interest to this audience, but we have had many great publications, and some of these are shown here. For example, at global level, this primality theorem, which was proposed by Professor Manindra Agrawal, is, I think, a path-shaking paper. And then we have many papers on optimization, adaptation, semiconductor research in top-notch journals of the world. And this just shows that we are not only good in solving the problem, we also do very strong fundamental science and then convert it into research. These are some of the technologies that we have transferred. So this includes the cryogels filter. Then we have developed the first electronic fuel injection system for locomotives where I was personally involved. We have developed the autonomous mini helicopter, and then we have transferred this technology of motion correction technology by laser scanning. We have developed eco toilets. Nano satellite was launched in 2009 by IIT Kanpur, and our mobile toilets is now a big hit in Kumbh Mela. Recent Kumbh Mela is going on right now. We have developed the technology for national blockchain. Solar powered UAV has been developed here, and we are leaders in water quality mapping for Ganga. We have we have developed these standards for the first industry standard for gallium nitride high electron mobility transistors. You will be knowing that the National Air Quality Index was developed by the inputs from the faculty of IIT Kanpur. We have also developed anti-counterfeiting technology. Some of the other highlights are given in this, that we have developed a low-cost device to cure the neonatal jaundice. Our Vigyan bus was inaugurated by the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. We have signed a MOU with a private company called VTOL Aviation, which is developing the vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, and we have they are already present on campus. We also have a Center for Energy Regulation, which is first of its kind in the country. So this just shows that we are pretty strong in solving the industry interaction, and with the establishment of the research park, we are trying to further strengthen this interaction with the industry. These are the industry-sponsored research cells. You can see various industries and government organizations have set up these research cells, and every year they award several projects to faculty of IIT Kanpur to solve their problems. Other than this, we have dedicated research centers. For example, we have Unit on Excellence for Nanotechnology. We have Telecom Center, BSNL Telecom Center of Excellence, Center for Advanced Science and Engineering, Center for Ganga River Basin Management, Cyber Security Center, then National Center for Flexible Electronics. We have recently created a big building for this. National Information Center for Earthquake Engineering, Central Center for Display Technology, and then we have CITI. This is the Center for Flexible Electronics. Now it has also moved into a new building. And these are the different substrates on which the electronic circuits are printed, and so on and so forth. We are also trying to print the electronic encryption to prevent the counterfeiting of the drugs. And if this technology succeeds, then it can really remove the counterfeit drugs from the Indian market. We have a very strong sector for nanoscience and soft technology, and many technology are being developed, and we have a couple of successful startups from our sector for nanotechnology. We have Interdisciplinary Center for Cyber Security and Cyber Defense of for the National Critical Infrastructure. Government has recently given us a very big grant to take this activity forward, and this is playing a big role in ensuring the cyber security of our country. Other than this, we are having a big role on Sea Ganga, where we are helping in cleaning up of the river Ganga and making the plans for it. If you look at the research funding for the institute over the years, you will see that from 2013-14, we had about 57 crores rupees of funding, which has increased to 5 times within a span of less than 5 years. So now our extra research funding stands at 250 crores, and of course with the establishment of the research park, this is expected to go further. These are some of the major projects. We have, as I talked to you about, the VTOL project. So this is the vertical takeoff and landing, and it started with a meager funding, initial funding that was given by one of the alumnus, Dr. Prabhu Goyal. It started from there, and now it has really become very big. So I think the alumni role in catalyzing these activities is greatly acknowledged. We have developed the indigenous 5G test beds designs. We are also developing the first methanol-fueled large-bore locomotive-sized engine, which can also be applied in power generation. It's of the capacity of 5 megawatt, and also it can be used in marine applications in a big way. Then this is the Vedshala. This is the joint indoor-use project. Now coming to the financial model of the research park that we are setting and what we have to offer. So we will have the clients from the industry come in and set up their office or research infrastructure in our facilities, in our space, and they have to earn credits by something called coins. Coins stands for Kanpur Bitcoins. So this is a virtual currency which they have earned based on the interaction with IIT Kanpur faculty and staff, because ultimately the idea is to increase the interaction. It has to be measured in some way. It's not a real estate property proposition. So this will be credited, and then debit will be that we will be debiting the coin every year. There will be some rental and there will be some recurring expenses. I will not go into details, but I think there are 20 years rental proposition where industry can come here for 20 years, and industry can also come for short term, which is 3 years. Okay, and they can engage with IIT Kanpur in many ways, and we are open to revising this table. If they sponsor a project to solve their problem, they can earn the coins consultancy project. They can pay the royalty and use IIT Kanpur's IP. They can sponsor PhD students. They can sponsor MTech students. They can have joint PhD guidance, they can have MS and MTech guidance, BTech guidance. They can teach, IIT Kanpur faculty can teach the industry personnel. We can offer their problems as BTP or master's problems or PhD problems and solve them. Then they can have part-time employment of our BTech, MTech and PhD students so that they can solve their problem in their own premises. They can have full-time employment of BTech, MTech and PhD. They can write joint projects with IIT Kanpur faculty to solve the problems of the industry, and the funding will be given by the government agencies. They can have joint publications and patents. They can institute chair professors and so on and so forth. So there are multiple ways in which we are planning to engage with the industry and catalyze them as well. We are planning to have a building which will be roughly about 300,000 square feet. Out of that, I think about 10% will be given to the local industry. So I want to say that, you know, we are very serious about helping the local industry of Kanpur, Lucknow region, and especially the state of Uttar Pradesh, because they can take space and engage with us, and we can help them. And in addition to it, the incubatees which have graduated from IIT Kanpur, incubation center, they can also come back and they can also work with us. And then 80% of the space will be available to big industries which will be occupying them, which will be joining with us. So there is a huge, as I said, there is a huge ecosystem of research inside the campus, and then all this incubation center and research park is next layer. And then we are also planning to have a hub in Lucknow where manufacturing will be taken up. There is a plan to take up accelerator in Noida, and finally there is a Wall Street accelerator in the US. So I think this is all that I have to share. If there are any questions, we will take it up.
Thank you, Dr. Avinash. I will now request Mr. Jacodia to say what is his wish list, especially after seeing this whole presentation. What does he think the industry needs? And how can you take the help of IIT Kanpur to be able to garner the support for developing new technology or new product or testing that you want to get done? What is your view?
Government College of Engineering, Karal, that is in Maharashtra. I'll tell you about my background. I am a pharmacy student. I have worked for 8 to 10 years in pharma industry in Mumbai. There I put up a manufacturing unit in Kanpur that was medical tapes, basically used in medical devices and surgical tapes. After that, I come in contact with some defense personnel here for this parachute fabric coating and other things. So slowly, from medical tapes, I switch over to coating quote-unquote fabrics for this parachute fabric, camouflage fabrics and other fabrics. And I closed down my medical business in 2011. Now totally we are in the industrial side of reinforcement material used in shoe industry, textile printing, then RFID blocking material, and different industries where reinforcement and other coated fabrics are required. See, even though I was a pharmacy graduate, I had developed all these products with some help of DMSRD, because they used to get manufactured from our plant. And slowly, by looking the products, If industry can get some technology upgradation, ours is a micro small industry. Wherein if industry can get this type of development, what Mr. Sinha said also, definitely MSME can develop.
I will interrupt. Did you ever approach IIT Kanpur?
Yeah.
For getting your product upgraded, and what was your experience?
Before
you would
6
like to share,
yes.
and so that you can understand what is required by the industry.
Yeah. See, we are in the leather industry, so our customers, they are manufacturing these leather bags, laptop bags, e-wallets. So apart from India, there are credit cards which are frequency like metro cards. So in that your data can be stolen, so you require RFID blocking material in your wallet or in your laptop bag. So at present, it is being imported from China and Germany and some other parts. So we wanted to learn. We are also importing from China at present. So we approached here in flexible electronics here. And we have made them available, raw material, fabric, everything. And they have developed the material. Trial was taken in our plant. And after that, we calculated, we asked them what will the production cost or what will be the cost of material. You will be surprised, it is 3 times than Chinese material. So how can a small scale industry compete with this type of technology? So we should think that what technology we are going to transfer or we are going to give to MSME, it should be competitive and acceptable in the market.
You just heard him. I think that's the kind of perception that should be carried in the industry. That if you go to big institution, number one, you get lost because they don't know who to approach, how to approach, and they have second problem that the timelines are very important for the industry. You know, if there is a product development with the thought, or if the customer wants a product to be developed for them, they give you a timeline. Now I can understand when you're developing something, you're doing some research, there might be some delays. But general perception outside is that the delays are too long. We have to work within a time frame. Then the cost of the product, as he says, that even after having got it developed, he couldn't sell it because his product was costing almost 3 times. So that's one of the perceptions that people have. What do you think? What is your take on this, sir?
Yeah, so I think you're right, this is a perception, and in order to dispel that perception, we have realized that this is a problem, and that's why we are setting up these ecosystems, and we are trying to open up to the rest of the world. And research park and incubation systems, these are some of our proactive approaches to solve this problem. Now, as far as what this ecosystem will help is that this will break the ice, this will bring the industry in and come up with the problems. And many of those problems will be solved by our undergraduate students. They can be offered as a master's project or bachelor's project or a PhD project, depending on how complicated the problem is. Please understand that the complaint is not just on the industry side, there is complaint on the academia side. And the basic issue here is that you don't speak our language, we don't speak your language. Industry, the problem with industry has a problem. They want the solution today, if not yesterday. Okay, we don't have a magic wand that can be really solve the problem. Every technical problem has a solution, but you have to give it sufficient time. So as far as IIT Kanpur is concerned, what we are doing is we are institutionalizing this mechanism, and hopefully, this research park will evolve as the external research window for IIT Kanpur. So all you have to do is you have to approach IIT Kanpur Techno Park, and then they will identify that who is the right person to talk to. And then we will direct you to that person, and we will also make sure that the projects are done on time, they are taken on right priority, and the timelines are maintained. Okay. So this is what is the enabler factor that we are trying to actually introduce into the whole equation. I hope I have answered.
I think you're right. We need to first start interacting. Only then we will be able to understand each other's language. But I think it's also very important. So you have in the slideshow, you've shown that you've developed something like, you have got something like 456 patents out of 450 odd patents, out of which only about 56 technologies have been commercialized. That is about 30% of the total patents that you've filed. And do you think this is, I think it's a small number. Could it be increased, or what efforts have been done to increase? How have you been able to showcase that you have got following patents, or these are the technologies which can be commercialized? So I think we need to have some kind of a forum where you can showcase that these are the technologies which are available, and these are the technologies for which you are looking forward the industry to come forward. So, I mean, what efforts have been done in that direction, or what effort that you think you would be taking in the future so that this gap can be reduced?
Yeah, so I think you have to go into a little bit of history of this whole issue. Patenting is something which is not very old to IIT Kanpur. We started this organized way of patenting, a systematic way of patenting our ideas and inventions around 10-15 years back. And then in this 10-15 years, we have built this library of about 450 patents or so. Many of them have been commercialized. I think that there is in DRD there is a booklet which lists all these patents. There was no organized mechanism so far by which we could market our patents. We tried a couple of companies from Bangalore to market these patents, but we ended up in some kind of a tricky situation where the company would buy our patents or the right to legalize and they will use it for legal purposes. So it was not the right approach. So anyway, now this Technopark, what we are planning to do is we are planning to have thematic meetings of industry in a particular domain, and the experts, faculty experts in that domain, will bring them together and have a half day or 1 day workshop. Show them what is our patent, what is on the anvil, and then try to see if the industry can utilize our patent, or if we can, using those patents, if we can develop some products for the industry. So we are trying to engage with the industry in a very, very positive manner. And you will see all these workshops taking place over the next 1 year.
Pradeep would be able to help you a lot. He is a very dynamic person, so you can take his help. And he's based in Bangalore, so he can probably help you a lot, because there are a lot of industry in Bangalore who are forward-looking. You know, in Kanpur, I mean, there are a lot of industries which are doing very well, but the general kind of industry is more of consumer-based. I do not know how much of the technology that you've developed they'll be able to use, but IIT Kanpur, 11 years it probably help you this. Sir, I was talking to Mr. Chakodia just a few minutes back, and he was saying that most of the industry that he handles, or most of the industry in Kanpur, is in a range of starting from 10 crores to 200 crores, and they do not have any structured R&D department, which is, and their technology development, their product development, or their process change or process technology change is normally propelled by the entrepreneur himself. So it may not be possible for them to take a place here. So we'll have to think about some kind of an arrangement by which they can have interaction with IIT Kanpur for whatever that they want to get developed, or whatever product that they want to change, or whatever testing that they want to get done. What do you think can be done on this?
Yeah, I think it's a very valid suggestion, and I think Kanpur, particularly if you look at Kanpur, there is a very, very strong presence of small and medium industry. Yes. Now, if you want to remain competitive, suppose you have a business of 10 crores and you want to remain competitive today, it's a good idea to have a small R&D. If you are willing to do that, then I think IIT Kanpur is open to support you, give some small space, not a large space, maybe some small space. We can help you develop, set up small R&D, or set up your people, make use of the IIT Kanpur facilities to develop. But if you think that it's too much of financial burden, then I think I was just speaking to the president of TAI. I think what we can possibly do is that under one of these organizations, we can have a club of these industries and via one of these banners, we can have an organized way of interacting with IIT. That is one possibility that we can explore. We have to look at it from sustainability point of view also.
Yeah, that's very important for both for academia also. They also must know that so much of space is being occupied. And you have rightly done that. You have done that points kind of thing, which means you will be able to watch the interaction of the group with IIT Kanpur. That's wonderful. And I think you want to say something on this. Yeah.
Sir, because I am representing Indian Industries Association, and it's a association of small scale and micro industry. We are around about 1,000 members all over UP and Haryana. Since last, you can see from last 5 to 10 years back, you can see the global market is open now. And a lot of custom changes are there, easy global access is there. You can sell out the product, you can import anything. So availability of raw material is there and global market is open. In this situation, in this scenario,
technology.
Yeah, technology. I am coming for it. So in this case, small scale industries and micro industries, they are having very small entrepreneurs. I think it is a one-man show. A managing director or manager or technical man or pune, only one person. He is having 4 or 5 workers and all. So now the time is there that we should upgrade these types of industries by assisting them in technical know-how, their quality control, and if they manufacture the standard product, the global market is fund. Even if they control their wastage by 1 or 2%, they can have a good results in their annual income. And then only they can think of investing in R&D and all those. Because small manufacturers, it's not possible for R&D and all those. First thing, if IIT is not open to all, everybody thinks that IIT is a very big institute, how we can go inside security and all those things. So this gap should be reduced. I think IIT should come with, whether it is TAI or Indian Industries Association or FICCI or whatever it is. But it should come forward, IIT should come forward, because small manufacturers or entrepreneurs cannot come to IIT. He is scared for these things. So just I hope that you will think on this point and come forward. We are always with you. Indian Industries Association or manufacturers, everybody is with you and for upliftment of small scale industry. So I hope these things from IIT Kanpur, like this plot of 500 square feet and all those things. Small entrepreneur is not cannot afford this thing. So if we have with Indian Industries Association, if you can have some tie-up of this type, we can afford make together our industries, and then we can have something here. There we can think of it.
I think there is already an existing mechanism. If there is a one-off problem of small industry, they can always approach our faculty, discuss the problem, and they will be able to try, offer you the solution on mutually agreed terms and conditions. So that institutional mechanism as of now exists. And I understand that there is a slight mental block. This IIT Kanpur is sort of an island by itself and people are scared. In order to overcome that, I had suggested to the institute that we have some land which is outside IIT Kanpur. And now the consideration is on, this was my idea, that we locate this research park outside IIT Kanpur and connect it via a half-over bridge, so that it is inside as well as outside. And probably that will take care of the mental hesitation issue of the small industry, if that plan is.
I think we are starting the right path. More important is that we interact more and more, so that we are being able to tweak our rules and regulations, so that will make a very homogeneous kind of interaction, which is what is required. I think there are some people from the industry also here. They would like to ask you questions.
Just before that, I would just like to address one problem. I did not completely address the one. See, right now, you are right. I mean, if you want to find out that I have a problem, who do I go to IIT? It's an ocean by itself. So now all you have to do is, you have this Technopark, there is an email ID, there is a phone number, pick up the phone, and then it is the duty of my staff to find the right mentor for solving this problem. So I think this is at least a big service where you will know that who is the right person to talk to and who will be able to solve your problem.
I think you've solved 50% of the problem by doing this. I mean, that's a great help. And probably we can circulate this through IA to all industry, to tie to all industry people that they can contact Technopark and take his mail and everything. This is the first stepping stone, which is very, very important, crucial. I think that problem is solved. I think you have some questions you want to ask here.
We have been in Kanpur since 1985, and one thing proud for Kanpur is today this company, our company is exporting to 100 countries all over the globe, and we are making bulletproof jackets, bulletproof helmets. We have set up the manufacturing unit for night vision devices, including thermal imaging. Now, also, I would like to mention that we are already having R&D center of our own in Kanpur as well as in Germany. We are spending 20-30 crores every year in R&D. Like you said, if you need to survive the future, you need to research and develop. Now, that being the key point for us, we are also wanting that we can collaborate with IIT. We have done in the past also, but somehow I think so we were not clear, or maybe the other side was not clear. But what we really want to invest is in development of IPR, because that is the key today. In defense manufacturing, if you are holding the IPR, even Indian government today has come up with a new category of procurement called the IDDM. It's called Indian Design Development Manufactured in India. So this kind of category really, emphasizes on development of the technology in the country, and if you are developing the technology in the country, you get more weightage in their procurement system. Now, with this kind of background already set by the government and industry willing to fund it, we are looking forward to this technology park. Of course, we would like to understand how we can already, be enlisted for this technology park so that we can book our space there, because we are already investing a lot of money, and how the students can help us to, generate IPR. Today I am, sending a lot of money outside India for our electro-optics to be developed in Europe. Maybe I can use that money in India as well as in IIT Kanpur. So you really need to bridge that gap for us, and also what type of web interface you are giving so that this information is spread far and wide. And whenever we have any issue, we can go to the website and look for the faculty members and all that. So we are really looking forward to a strong interaction with your faculty and with your students being in Kanpur. And really hats off for this initiative. It is going to be a big help to a company like ours who are into defense manufacturing, which is a very niche segment in the country. Thank you.
I think it's a very valid point, and we welcome your participation in the Techno Park. The building will come in 2 to 3 years' time, whatever time the building takes. But we already are welcoming the companies on our campus and providing them space. So maybe you can talk to me on a one-to-one basis after this, and I'll be happy to help you locate and start interacting so that you can gauge, how we can interface. As far as IP policy is concerned, we are very clear that IP policy is negotiable. There is a certain IIT Kanpur IP policy, But that is open because when we work on industry problems where the industry is paying for solving that problem, obviously the industry gets the first right to use it or whether they will code. All that is a matter of discussion and we can always come up with a mutually acceptable solution. We are open to it.
You see, the government also wants a lot more to be spent on R&D because Make in India is based strictly on this premise only, that only if you produce here, then you can progress. And I know MP is doing a wonderful job. Congratulations once again to you and your company. Everyone will be working very well. I think for you, it's the right thing to interact with them because you have an R&D because most of the industry has some kind of R&D. I mean, anybody who made a critical mass of revenue, say about 50 crores or 100 crores are doing that. But you need constantly to upgrade your product because this sector technology has been changing very, very fast. In fact, it is changing everywhere. So I think it's a right fit for you to be here. If you have some more questions, you have a question?
We talked about those patents. So we have, I think, like Mr. Agarwal was saying, we have about 87% of our patents which have not gone to the market yet. How do we ensure that if these patents are being generated within the institution, they are taken through the industry to the market? How we propose to do that? That's a very big question.
Yeah, so I think what I'm planning to do now is that within a month or two, I'm going to organize a meeting where we will be talking to a lot of industries, bring them on campus, show them our products, show them our patents, and then see if they can be picked up. The only way to utilize them is to market them to the industries who can take them up and convert them into products or use them in some way to generate the value. So now we are going to make, this will probably be the first organized effort to market it to the industry at large.
That's wonderful. I think industry must know what is available and how it can be commercialized. That's very important.
Otherwise, we are saying that the patents have no meaning.
Yeah.
That's the important thing is to be able to disseminate information so that people by large or industries by large know what the patents are, what they do, and thereby be able to use them.
So I'm sure. I think it's a very positive step that we're going for a techno park in IIT Kanpur. Not only that it will help the industry in Kanpur, it will probably help industry otherwise also. And I'm sure, like TCS, I understand TCS is trying to come here. I have been talking to Loya only 4 years ago, the MD of the company. He is very keen and I would probably request to send the mails to them and they would be probably his base soon. With the discussion that we have, I think what we need to ensure that we facilitate this collaboration, we need to create a very cooperative environment between the and the academia. And it has to be based on mutual respect and trust. IPR is going to play a very important role. And when I say it has to be, it needs to be very transparent also on this aspect. Because who will have the right to use that technology which has been developed? Who will have the right to use the IPR? So all these things have to be very clear and some rules need to be framed. And a periodic review and the progress is mandatory. I mean, this is required of the rules that we will make so that industry is benefited. Ultimately, what we do here should really affect society. And unless it impacts society, there is no meaning. I mean, whether it is in terms of product upgradation, in terms of process upgradation, it has to give some advantage to the customer today. customer is very discerning, and and this is also a fact, that unless industry upgrades them and upgrades themselves very, very fast, probably we will not reach where we want to, and we will be left far behind competition. I have been selling my products in Europe to large, very reputed car companies, and we are competing with China, and I know how discerning, how good quality that they require. And sometimes I am amazed at the price that China quotes. But I don't think anybody can supply at loss for too long. So they must be having some technology which is probably better than what I have. So I keep wondering, and now this is the avenue that I have to use, and Dr. Avinash has told me that you bring in all these kind of products and I would be able to get it. So I see now at least some light. So thank you very much, and thank you Jagodiya very much, and thank you audience.
Sir, I would like to invite on stage Prathamesh sir. Prathamesh sir is the alumni of IIT Kanpur, class of 2003, and he worked for Goldman Sachs for 7.5 years. Now he is working for his own startup, Voice. Sir, can you please facilitate our guest? Thank you very much for the wonderful session, sir. We'll start with SMC Select very soon, within 5 to 10 minutes.
पता चला किसी ने बेचा और बंद कर दिया। वही देखना ये आ जाती है।
रिकॉर्डिंग है कि प्राइवेट है? नहीं आएगी। अगर रिकॉर्डिंग की क्लिप चाहिए तो मिल जाएगी यूट्यूब पे। हाउ मच यूट्यूब पे लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग हो रही है ना? अच्छा यूट्यूब पे है ना? ठीक है, यूट्यूब पे लाइव स्ट्रीम हो रही है। इसकी लिंक ले दो और डाल दो।
Hello. All these 12 startups who have been shortlisted are here. Do we have the names? So after this SMC Select, it is one of the methods that we try to look at startups who are in this area, the best who have applied. And these startups will present here. So let me just go through the list of startups who have made it to top 12, and we'll like to have a big round of applause for each of them. So Uronatics Healthcare Private Limited. Please just stand. Turn around for the others so people can see you. RQP Life Sciences. Where are they? Govatsa Agro and Food. Ficting. You pronounce it ficting only, right? It's a very mysterious word. Vertubox. Endure Air Systems Private Limited. Krishnam Technologies. Where are they? Yet to come. Arogyam Medisoft. Invo Viral Industries Trading. Bioman Technologies. So you were in SMC Bangalore, right? So he's already in demand. I'm sure others are in demand also. We'll come to know soon. Microtumor Tech. And Noor Bhandar. So all welcome, and I hope you are ready and set. This audience will not scare you. These judges are very, very good judges. Out here we have judges. Now, in this we also have voting, which is possible by the audience, and it's a combination of audience and the jury voting that will count. To take it further ahead, I will give it to Vivek, who will take you through the other proceedings. So let me also announce the judges, and I would like them to stand up so that we can all see. that they are totally unbiased. Abhay Tandon. Abhay, for 1 second, so if you can just face the audience. So he's been in Target Corporation, and later now in KB in Bev, one of the largest brewery companies. So if you win out here, he will have something special for you. I think you're carrying something special, right? You're carrying something special for them. So we take his word for the word. I'm sure you will get something special from him. Gaurav Nigam. He looks like a youngster, one of the college students here, but he's a big man. He works with Narayan Murthy. He's part from Catamaran Ventures. And then we have Vinayak Nath. He's a man loaded with money. He has checkbook in hand. So I'm sure that many people go smiling here. And then we have Neera. You might have seen her the last 2 days. She's been quite involved in SME forums and also a platform which takes care of platform grants, which takes care of funding in different manners. But in the end, you will get funding. Then there are those who will take you to government and many other potential opportunities which I had, and first of them is Ajay Trivedi. He's a Kanpur man. If you are at Kanpur, you can catch him. He knows most of the government officials up to CM and more. So you just have to call him. You will be able to share your number later. And we have Vishal Kher. Vishal Kher is the upcoming president of TIE, and he'll help you tie up fundings very, very quickly. And we have Gopal Trivedi. So again, a local person ready to help. So please make best of the jury here. And now we're back to Vivek. Vivek, hope you have handed over the documents, how people should vote. Body language will also count. So I will not scare you all, because sometimes I can scare. Please make a good pitch. Stick to the time, and jury have methods to evaluate, right? And wish you all the best.
We have 5 minutes for presentation and 4 minutes for Q&A. So please stick on time. 5 minutes is the maximum time. First presentation is of VirtueBox Infotech Private Limited.
Hello, good evening everybody. I'm Prakash Rastogi. We started VirtueBox 2.5 years back. So what we believe is all the businesses, they need digital experience platform to integrate, because all the millennials who are very handy with all the smart technologies, and they need all the businesses, they need to integrate to the smart technologies with their business to get attention, provide them the right information. So how we doing? We have mobile app solution, the touch screen solution, the seamless analytics solution, which is based on camera and demographic. So this is what we believe. We need all the businesses, they need creative intersection between design, personalization, and the seamless integration with all the technology platform. So all the businesses, they have a separate their customer support, they have separate their website, the mobile app, the retail interaction platform, display system. How they can integrate all the these technologies together and build up. So this is what we have we are trying to do. So this is what the problem we have seen in the business. So business they need to engage their millennial customers. All the top retail brands, all the large exhibitions, all the large infrastructure. They need people to tell their information, how they pass the information from one place to another place. This is what. So they have a very like all the millennial customers. They have a very short time. They want a response immediate in their hand. So this is what. And then again, business need a platform where they can seamlessly update the information. Because the information is keep increasing. On the retail store, they are having thousands and 10,000s of the products which are coming up in their hand. So we understand the business, the market scenario. So almost $19 billion market is there as per the Gartner report, and then a lot of companies are working on this customer experience platform. Itself in India, it's almost $3 billion market, and it's growing at the rate of 14%. So three of us have joined together to run this business. Me and Ashish, both are from IIT Kanpur. We graduated in, we are from oil batch, graduated in 2005. Amit is from IIT BHU. He's having 20 plus years experience. He worked in Singapore for 15 years and then he joined recently with us. So since we started in 2016. When we started, we just created a platform where the mobile app was, we built up the mobile app platform which is generating the mobile app for the businesses. Then slowly we realized people need a whole integrated solution. Then we have, in 2018, we moved to the kiosk platform, and then we integrated all the analytics platform which is integrated with the camera and all. So we are right now, we are our customers, Retail, Sutam, Kane, Cycle, a lot of malls and the exhibitions are our customers. They are using our platform. So I'll show you how the whole system looks like. In the next 2 years, we are targeting to having, so till currently we have already generated 50 lakh plus of revenue. We are targeting 1 to 2 CR revenue by end of this year. Another revenue. So in the next 2 years, we are targeting, like this year we are targeting almost 40 enterprise customers. Currently we are selling enterprise to all the enterprise customers only. We are targeting to get almost 1 million plus users using our platform. Different geographic, 3x3 is something we wanted to have, going to the different geography locations, different countries, and the different way of selling. So currently we are selling on the enterprise, and then we'll move to the online platform and we sell and partner network. And we are looking for the funds of around 1 million immediately, and then probably for another Series A, and we are targeting to reach to 20 crores of ARR by end of 2 years. So this is our current product portfolio. We have a virtual kiosk, virtual paper, virtual tab. Virtual paper is for mobile application solution. Virtual kiosk is interactive screen solution. Then we have virtual tab for the sales people. Then we have a different models which we are integrating with our platform. Virtual carry, virtual vision, virtual paper. So all this portfolio we are selling to different companies, and they are using it based on what their current scenario. They enter into inter agreement with us, and then we move to the other platforms. We start selling them to other platforms. So this is the right side. You can see we are currently doing all the sales with the enterprise sales. Slowly we are developing a platform to get online mode, so user can come register with us. They can create their own app, their own kiosk, their own software, set up whole software, procure the hardware from us, and then they can up to the market. Second, we are having a different vertical. Currently we are operating in India, but we already have a tie-up with partners in USA, and we started operating in Germany. So slowly we are moving to a different countries. So we have a different product map we are targeting to do. So we are going for the multilingual GDPR compliance, since we are going spreading ourselves in the Europe. Then we are also started working on the kiosk hardware, how we can seamlessly integrate with the existing hardware as well as our own customized hardware which we can supply or rent to others. Then we have a virtual light, which is the online solution, the smaller version of the same software with how we can provide, and then we move to the MBAS. So this is how our solution looks like. You can download KM, QSIQ, SUCAM, and ISD, PCS mobile apps. You see how our touch screen solutions look like. You can see it's already running in the ambience mall, DLF mall, web mall, various exhibitions. Whenever you go to India Expo Mart in Noida, probably you can see all those. We have our dashboard.
You haven't spoken about the differentiators, right? I'm not sure. When you spoke about the product, you're already running out of time.
Okay, so the differentiator is currently if you see the people are having a different platform which they are using for their website, different platform they are using mobile apps, and they have a different platform where they are getting the analytics with their CCTV camera or whatsoever they are using. Then they have a different technology they are using, or different vendor they are using for the kiosk. Right? Now we have the integrated platform, so they enter the information from one platform, and then the data is populated throughout the platforms. So they don't need to manage each individual platforms. That's the one. Second, analytics is integrated. So if you are as a male 35, 25, if you age range, if you have a admitted card, so you enter into the retail store, it will start showing different products for yourself based on like who is viewing that kiosk or who is viewing. So that integration from your mobile app to the kiosk to the website, this seamless integration, this is what we are offering, and this is called the digital experience platform.
Okay, you're looking only at India market, or you're looking at?
No, we are looking for the international. We already have a customer in Europe. We have already customer in US. But we are trying to expand slowly.
My question is actually, you're saying that this kind of service doesn't exist in Europe and the US?
Yes, we are already have a customer, one customer there.
Competitors to you?
Competitors, yes, there are a lot of competitors. Yeah, so although if you have, sorry,
I'm just asking about the competitors. I think the competitors in US for this have multi-platform usability.
See, if you might have heard of the app builder. There are a lot of companies as an app builder. You'll find the kiosk manufacturer association in the US and Europe, but you'll not find the people who is having the both combined together. So we are the only company you can see who is working on the seamless integration of the mobile app, kiosk, and the website and their like analytics platform.
Prakash, I have one question. How would you say you are uniquely positioned to solve this problem? What is something that you have which other companies, which let's say 1 year, 2 years, 5 years down the line, if they come into the market, you'll be able to successfully defend your terms of use?
The one part is like see, we are in the technology business. One is if customers are with us, we are there for the customers are integrated with us. So that's the one part. Is leaving virtual box will be difficult for them. That's the one. Second, there are companies like you heard of like even Adobe, Lifeway, these kind of companies. They have the integrated solutions, but they are even SAP, but they are completely looking to the different zone of the like they are looking to complete extra large enterprise, and then their license cost is very high. So that's the another reason they look after the platform which is low cost, easily configurable for them. And since the mobility, like everybody started using the mobile platform, so it's very easy for the users to start using it. We offer as a service. So we have a recurring revenue model. So we charge on a per month basis. Right. So it's not the changes. There's a license fee we charge. So this is a SaaS model. So normally our platform takes a week to configure. So we go for even the large exhibitions where there are 3,000, 5,000 exhibitors, and like Auto Expo kind of stuff if you have heard of. So Auto Expo we started providing this touchscreen solution there. They can do the in-store navigation, in-premise navigation. They can have a feedback form. They can have all the exhibition information. They can have speakers information, any XYZ information, and their backend team is keep on changing because the information keep on changing during the exhibition, and everybody got the real information at the real time, including the navigation. But now, so what they are doing is the one thing is the complete Noida NCR you will not find the solution which is built like us. So their performance is not good. That's the one. Second, they won't have the integration with the mobile app and the kiosk. So they have a separate company who is providing the mobile app, separate company who is providing the kiosk, and their wayfinding is not working at all. It's not very configurable. This is what I yes, right. Quality is the one of the differentiators. Here, like normally we have for mobile app, there are a lot of software companies who are providing the custom software. So normally people think of like 2-4 lakh mein to mujhe like I'll get the company who will build for us. So a lot of kiosk companies like so they are providing kiosks for years. So those are our customers. But again, when it comes to the quality, providing the quick service, they can't beat us. So that's how we have like authorized partner with the India Expo Mart. So rather than we sell to the organizer, India Expo Mart is now selling to their organizers.
I need to know who is Prakash Rastogi. If I have to ask you, what made you make this product? What is your idea behind it?
Okay, so before VirtualBox, I was running another company, Lynchpin Technologies. That was a pure service company. We had around 100 people team. I sold that company in 2016. So while we are running a service company, we encountered a lot of companies who come to us and asking for, okay, we want a mobile app for our content display. So a lot of manufacturing company, retail company, they have hundreds and 10,000s of the products, like any automobile company, any auto accessories company. They have a 200, 500 products range, and that keep on changing. How they can provide this information to their 20,000 retailers or distributors in India, right? So in the multilingual and the way. So this is where the idea started from that place. So we, after selling that company, I thought, okay, now I'll not do the services, consultancy, I'll make my own product. So that's where we started this, and we invested our own funds here till now. Now we are going for the funding. So we've already invested almost 1 year on this, in this company. So here we have created a platform which is used by HeroCycle, is used by Kent. So if you go to any Kanpur or any distributor or retailer of HeroCycle in Kanpur, ask whether they have a mobile app. They must have a mobile app in their phone. So this is how they know about the cycle information. They don't get the catalog from the HeroCycle. They have the mobile phone in their hand. Then once they have a mobile phone, when we have like a small device which is displaying your product, we just increase the size to the 42 inches screen.
And thanks for a great presentation. Next we have Beauty Analytics Healthcare. You can also vote for the startups.
Hello, I'm Nikhil Macha from Analytics Healthcare Private Limited. So here I will put you some. First of all, I will give you some fact that according to the World Health Organization, 1 in 4 Indians will die from a non-communicable disease before the age of 70. So if this is not scary, let me give you some more statistical information that here is as I can see, nearly 200 people sitting here. So out of these 200 people, 35 to 40 people is having some sorts of chronic kidney disease, and they are not aware of this disease because they doesn't settle the preventive healthcare checkup. And even if I give one more data, then 93% of the millennials doesn't have a preventive healthcare checkup. So let's forget about the low income class people that they can have a preventive healthcare checkup. So also the death due to the non-communicable disease in India is 6 million. So our startup is into so what we have done, we have made a device that can be retrofittable into any public urinals or toilet. You go, you urinate there, and you can get all your health information on the smartphone. So what are the health information that we are going to provide is that we're going to provide physical, chemical as well as biological properties of urine, and we are also sensing for the exact biomarker of chronic kidney disease and diabetes. And so right now we are very focused on chronic kidney disease, and we are expanding to diabetes, sexually transmitted disease, and also later a part of resource will be given to the cancer also. So how our device looks like? So we have made a MVP. So basically we are making two devices. One we have named Thinking Toilet, and second we named it Intelligent Toilet. So the Intelligent Toilet is one that is the MVP which we have made, and this is the Thinking Toilet which is yet to come. So what's the difference between these two? So Thinking Toilet is for the people who have access to smartphone, and Intelligent Toilet is the people who doesn't have access to smartphone. So all the sensors and everything will be the same into the both these toilets, but what is the difference in the service? So in the Thinking Toilet, we will, as a service, we will provide the location-based diet chart based upon your urine test. That and also suppose that a person enters into the smart urinals in which these toilets are fed. So there will be a QR code. You go, you scan the QR code. In the meantime, there will be a pop-up in which you enter the email ID and just you follow it, you just do your business and you leave it. So then again a different pop-up will be there in which you will be getting you will be directly like, hey, this is your free result, this is your paid. Click on this for the paid result. So if there is something diagnosed there or screened there, we will provide into the free result. And for the detailed analysis of your urine, then you just pay whenever you want to pay, and you can get all the urine analysis. And in the Intelligent Toilet, there is one more thing into the service part. That is innovation. That what we are doing. Suppose a rickshaw puller. So we are for the both type of people, for the low income group also. So suppose the rickshaw puller enter into the smart toilet, he doesn't have the smartphone, so what he will do? So there is a physical button, so he will press the physical button and he will start paying. If everything is normal, so a printed report will have a thermal printer installed, a printed report in the visual forms, not anything in the written form, because it doesn't know to read and write. So in a visual form, like we will make a kidney and we will cut it if it found something problem in kidney. So in the visual form, we will give the printed result. And if something acute is found, then what we are doing, we are not printing the result. We will be printing a batch number, and result will be sent to the nearest healthcare facility. And in this way, the people will be directed to the nearest healthcare facility for this. So globally, right now in India we don't have any competitors, but globally yes, we have some competitors. Like, we are these are our competitors are like permanent fixtures, semi-permanent, plug-and-play, disposable, tech-focused. So we have plotted this chart, and so we are here. This is user-focused service for the mass public that protects your health, your privacy, and also the planet. So we have computers like SDR, Ninja, and these all, but we are very different from them in terms of sensing biomarkers also, in terms of fixtures also, in terms of data collection also. So what's the current status of business? So recently we have incorporated, and we got a pre-sales from Nagar Panchayat Bodhgaya, 21 lakh in 2 months. So yeah, so my time is up, I guess. So these are my teammates. Thank you.
Somebody want to ask a question? Yeah, hi. Wanted to find out what sort of market
target market you are trying to?
Sir, initially I want to target the early adopters like gyms, corporate, and even airports. So right now we are very focused on gyms, corporates, and airports. These can be early adopters because here the willingness to pay for the people is high in terms of like for healthcare facility. And similarly in the this is for thinking toilet, intelligent toilet. For intelligent toilet, this is second one for general public. We are looking for municipal corporations, municipalities, allied to that we have resell also. So this is the two segments we are looking at.
So basically, the government will be the major market for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Government sector.
Government sector. That's why that municipal corporation is a government body. So
have you tried some? Have you put in some idea with the government?
Right now, not. So we are right now we have taken the decentralized approach only. So we are going and we are meeting the mayor, we are meeting the EO executive officer at the municipal corporations, and then we are like trying to.
Have you applied for the patent?
Yeah.
What is the process?
I had applied for the provisional, and recently I have incubated at IIT Kanpur also. So complete will be filed very soon.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have two questions actually. First one is urine test the best way to identify non-communicable diseases?
Yes.
Conceptually tell me. Yes.
Yeah, so yes, urine can be one way to identify.
Tell me, is it the best way or not? Yes or no?
Yes.
Give me some examples why it is.
So in case of CKD, if you have some kind of chronic kidney disease, doctor suggests for urine test and then for blood test. For confirmatory albumin to creatinine ratio, and then also with the urine test. Again, in case of sugar, you go for urine sugar. Again, in case of like there are certain non-communicable disease, urine plays a significant role. And also one thing I want to make it clear here is that our device is not a diagnostic device for now. Our device is a screening device, and our purpose is to send maximum people to the doctors. So by saying that we are a screening device, we are out of most of the regulations. That's why we are saying that it's a screening device. So we are sending you to the doctor for further diagnosis. If something acute is found in your urine, then only we are sending you to the doctors. Not like that. If your pH is high or if your color changes on the urine, I am sending you to doctors. It will be creating a buzz. But it's not our goal. If something acute is found as a biomarker, then only we will be like saying, hey, something acute is found. Now you should go and consult your doctor. No. We have that's right. So retrofitable. We are designing various fixtures, so that can be fitted into any type of public urinals and toilets. So we have our active collaboration with NAB, National Aeronautics Limited, SECRI, Central Electrical Research Institute, and CMTI for fixtures.
Okay, and just one more question. Let's say 5 years down the line, you are able to successfully sell this product to across all the public departments and gyms and everywhere. How will you have manpower to service these products? Because I'm sure because these are mechanical and service devices, you need to service them.
Yeah, so
what's your plan?
basically we will be collaborating with Skill India centers for the manpower, so that retrofitting sort of requires intensive mechanical as well as technical hands-on. So from there, either we will be train them to get it, or we will be like sourcing it. Like from there, we will be having our own tools into that format, and we can have a manpower.
Good question, right? I'll take 3 seconds. One is, do you have multi assays fitted into the testing environment? I mean, for different diseases, there are multiple assays, right? That have to be done from a test standpoint. ASS, AYS assays होते हैं ना, basically to test out any sample. उसके ना multiple assays है. That's the question. As a test for a particular person who is taking a leak or who's using a urinal, तो वहाँ पे आप test कैसे कर रहे हो? It's part of the urinal itself?
Yeah, it's a retrofitable thing. So when it is fitted the side of illness, it becomes a part of illness. So we have a motor setting mechanism. So when you are peeing, so first part we let it go, then the chamber process, and then in the middle we take the sample and take the sample to this. So I'm just showing it.
We'll take it offline. So all the best to all the people who want to enter the email IDs just before going to the urinal.
So
just one last question. One last question. What's the product life cycle?
So we are using reusable electrochemical sensors. So one sensor is like 20,000 times.
And how do you keep the AMC alive? Who does that part?
What's that?
If you install these in the government places, who does keep the AMC and how do you keep it from being stolen?
Sir, so we have like we will be each of our device is with the IoT microcontroller. So if it is something like if it is touched or altered, so auto-generated alarm will be given to the public nearby police stations, because anyway we will be doing the government sector there. And nearest police station will take care of that all. Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation. Next we have R-Cube Life Sciences. You can even vote for the startups at this link.
Good afternoon. My name is Jayan Karve and I am representing Recube Life Sciences Private Limited. This is a company which is incorporated from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. And our focus area is medical devices, mainly into emergency medical devices as well as critical care. And we have this flagship product which is Ozindi, that's an intraosseous access device. The device potentially can save a life in less than 10 seconds. Consider any medical emergency, the first thing what the care providers tries to do is to gain the access, and this access is gained through the veins. However, and it's important to gain this access to maintain the blood volumes as well as to maintain the pressures and also infuse the medicines. However, in patients with sudden cardiac arrest, trauma, dehydration, because of the low blood volumes as well as low blood pressures, these veins are collapsed and it's very, very difficult to gain the access. More importantly, in pediatric population, because of very, very small vessel sizes, it's very, very difficult to gain the access. In fact, clinically it is proven that 40% there is a failure rate, and people spend up to 45 minutes to 1 hour just to gain the access. And gaining access in emergent scenario is very, very crucial. Worldwide, around 250 million patients need an access to an alternative. In India, around 1.3 million patients need an access. In US, it's around 6 million patients. More importantly, there is a huge requirement even in the defense segment. And lack of any access results in considerable morbidity as well as mortality. The alternative available today is basically getting through the intrajugular vein. This is a vein which is available in the neck. But this is a procedure which needs 1 hour. It happens in a well-established hospitals. And more importantly, you need to have a skilled physician, and patients should be really lucky to land into the facility like that. The other alternative is the intraosseous access. This is the access, this is the space in a long bones, such as you have proximal tibia, distal tibia, humerus. So these are the landmarks wherein one can gain and start infusing the fluids. The landmarks are well defined and it's very, very easy procedure. Even American Heart Association and International Liaison Committee recommends IO as the first alternative to failed IVF. And we have a very frugal innovation. It's a very small device, weighs less than 50 grams, and it's a completely manually powered device. So this device is a single pack, so there is no need of sterilization. Typically, if you see any emergency, which typically happens outside hospital, and it's typically a resource poor setting. And that's where our device is very, very useful because it's a single pack, pre-sterile. There is no need of sterilization at the point of care. And it's a very frugal construction, hardly 13 components involved into the device. We have completed clinical studies at All India Institute of Medical Sciences in cadavers. We have published 2 clinical papers, one in Indian Journal and another is in American Journal of Disaster Medicine with very, very favorable comments. It's IP protected device. We have licensed out completely this device to Recube Life Sciences from Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. We have the international patents as well, and also we have the trademarks. In terms of the regulatory and clinical strategy, we have very well laid out strategy in terms of how to go. Our target market is not only in India but also the Europe and the US markets. We already have completed biocompatibility studies. We are involved with a few of the consultancy firms, including the UL India Limited, who is expert in regulatory. In terms of our roadmap to go, we are right now in partnering with one of the big manufacturers so that we get up into the scale of manufacturing. In terms of regulatory compliance, we are already in connect with few of the regulatory consultancy firms. And that's when we will be getting into the market. We already have the first-in-man trials approval from All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And to do that, we need 1.3 million. We have a very experienced team with more than 75 years of experience. We have a multifaceted team. One of my colleagues who is a senior person who was the president of Biocon for more than 25 years. Another colleague of mine who was a director for sales and marketing in multinational companies like Stryker as well as Johnson & Johnson, and I come from the product design background, and we are being supported by a team from All India Institute of Medical Sciences. More importantly, we got various accolades, including the British Journal, but more importantly, what we have demonstrated is that we are moving towards the evidence-based medicine by publishing a very credible results, and we are energized to take this device to the patient. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience?
So you have a BIRAC 2013, 2014, something like this.
Yes.
So what is the support BIRAC has given out for that? What is the support BIRAC has given?
This device has been actually, we have a couple of grants coming from the BIRAC. One is a big grant and recently the SIBRI grant. So that has happened.
When did SIBRI happen?
SIBRI is very recent one. We just got the first installment.
So it will be 2018, SIBRI last.
Yes.
August. So how far has the product reached now?
So now we already are getting into the production stage, wherein we have already partnered with one of the big manufacturers to get it clean room manufacturer. We already have the first in man trials approval from AIMS and already working towards the regulatory part of it.
Thank you, sir. So 2 questions. One is on the problem that you are trying to solve. How severe is this problem, and if I assume that this kind of device is required in, let's say, scenarios wherein how many percentage of those scenarios require this kind of a special device? Is it 10% of the scenarios where you are not able to find veins, or it is like 50-60% of the scenarios where you don't find that?
In fact, clinically it is documented that up to 40% of the cases this device is required, this route is required. Unfortunately, in fact, before starting this development, we did a good amount of survey trying to identify whether there is really a need or not, including the interactions with the ambulance services, 108 ambulance services, including the defense. Unfortunately, there is no solution right now, and I think there are lack of solution results.
So if this device was not there, let's say you did not come up with this innovation, then patient will be able to survive, or they won't be able to survive?
So the alternative available to this is basically the intrajugular vein, which is the access which directly drains into the heart. The problem with this access is it's a hospitalized procedure, so patient has to be really lucky to get into the hospital. More importantly, it's a 1 hour procedure. You need to have a skilled physician. What we are trying to do is get it down to even the paramedics, the nursing staff, with very minimal training. In fact, if you try and see this, sorry. In fact, our clinical studies have demonstrated that we have got the access in less than 3 seconds, and that's what is important, especially when the emergency scenario is there. In terms of our success rate, we have 82% of success rate right now, and the failures are mainly attributed to the prototype, because it's a one-off device which we have made, and we know how to correct that. In fact, we are competing very well even with a few of the international players, and when we publish our results, in fact, the clinical directors flown here in India, and one from US and one from Europe, and we got exceptionally favorable results, and that's why we are very much energized to take this device. There is a market even in the US, in defense, in the air ambulances.
How do you plan to sell this product and reach nook and corners of India and the world?
In terms of sales and marketing, my colleague who comes with more than 25 years of experience in sales and marketing of the medical devices, our strategy is very simple in terms of getting first into the Indian market. The strategy is basically enter into the market with the clinical trials, get hospital by hospital or the emergency department by emergency department, train the people over there, and then expand it. In fact, we already have lined up people in the 4 regions who will be handling the sales and marketing. Experienced people are there.
I just wanted to ask you, this is really most of the accidental cases.
This is required when there is a profuse blood loss accident. Even in the defense, if you see, there is a huge profuse loss. Even Indian defense is not using the device, mainly because it's non-availability of device.
This case, in most of the accidental cases or traumatic cases, emergency procedure is required. It seems like most of the time the police fellows reaches there instead of the ambulance. So are they advised to use this appliance? The police will be trained for that, because ambulance really doesn't reach the site.
In the current scenario, answer is no, because it has to be used by the medical professional, the trained professional. But when we have interacted with 108 ambulances, which is present in multiple states, they are very energized. In fact, they know that they need a product like this, but it's not available.
Do you need special skills to use this?
Actually, you really don't need a special skills. Just what you need to know is where is the landmark, how to position the device, and press it a couple of times.
You need a skill basically to identify the landmark.
The landmark is very simple. In fact,
it's simple because you know it. But
so the trained medical, including the nursing staff, primary responders, they are aware of this procedure. The only challenge for them is basically non-availability of the devices like this.
And can this replace the IV cannulas now?
So this is alternative to the IV cannula. Actually, what happens is during the emergencies, it's
no. So the question is, can this replace the IV cannula as the main line of use?
No, this is only up to 72 hours. Once you start infusing, once your veins are there up, you start with the normal IV.
And what would be the price differential between this and the IV cannula?
So this particular device, it's 1/20th of the cost what the device is available internationally, and we are planning to price it. We have the ability to price it anywhere between $20 to $30. Thank you.
You can go at this link.
Next we have Govalsa Agro Food and
Good evening all. I am Pankaj Kumar Gupta with my friend Ashish. Okay. So here we are going to pitch our company Govalsa Agro and Food Enterprises. We are into organic products, selling it and marketing it. Okay. And our motto is your family farmer before your family doctor. So in the previous presentations, and somebody pointed out that prevention is better than cure. So we are working on that aspect. So everybody needs food to eat. And we know the present food that we have is laced too much with poison in the form of insecticide, pesticides and so forth. So there is a need, and our solution, that is farmer family ecosystem, okay, where our objective is to support a farmer who is very much bothered about the inconsistencies in the market or the market fluctuations and climate changes, even the customer needs and so forth. Okay, and there is also in the present scenario, the middleman makes most of it, while the farmer, even after working very hard, he gets very less. And also the small farmers, particularly those who have small tract of land, patch of land, they are the most who suffer. So our solution basically is, as I told, family farmer ecosystem, where a group of families will be supporting a particular farmer as a family member, okay, and the farmer in turn will be producing for their daily needs vegetables and fruits as per the seasons. So our value proposition is we supply fresh food, organic food, particularly vegetables and fruits, seasonal, at the doorstep. Then for the farmer, there is a fixed assured income or profit sharing with some incentivized system based on the production and how he can produce out of his own land. Then this also helps employ or empower women and youth at the rural scale, lower strata of life. And there is also assurance to the farmer that whatever he produces, we will take it up and market it. So farmer doesn't have to bother about this. Only he has to produce what we are asking him to cater to the needs of the required number of families. So our working model, here in a schematic diagram I have shown, if we have 3 farms of each 1 acre, okay, so these 3 farms or 3 to 5 farms can cater to a variety of vegetables and fruits needed by a typical family in a season. So these collective farms will be producing the need for at each farm 20 families. So 3 farms will be around 60 to 100 depending upon 3 to 5. Okay, so 100 families or 60 to 100 families can be catered with this model, and the logistics there, the storage point, the number of workers and the distribution channel will be our channel partners. The market size, as you can show, 360 families means as the number of families grow, we need number of farms, and the model, the first model will be the same. So in the next slide I will show. This is the current status. We are working with the 1 acre farm in Bhilai, Chhattisgarh. We are 25 families we are catering to just 6 months back, and the financials involved. So once we have this one unit cluster, 4 such clusters if we have, it becomes a self-sustainable community or self-sustainable farmer family ecosystem, and all the logistics involved. So this is a completely replicable unit. We can replicate this unit anywhere in the India, okay, or any city. So this is the monthly revenue generated out of these 4 clusters, that is 1 replicable unit. This is the projected plan that we have for the next 18 months, beginning from the current stage where we have 25 customers and 2 farmers, and as we move. This is the 3-year plan, and this is the fund requirement that we are asking initially to start up with 25 farms, because at 25 farms we can reach the break even, and from there this whole thing will become self-sustainable, and thereafter we don't need further additional funding to make it 50 farms or 75 farms or even 100 or 200. So this is our team. And our achievements, we have been registered as in DIPP as a startup and incubated at IIT Kanpur. We have also showcased our products in the 2017 Expo. Thanks.
What's the land cost? You have contributed to the land cost. Acquiring the land.
No, we don't acquire the land. We contact a farmer who have at least 1 acre of land. Okay, if he has more, it's good. But minimum 1 acre of land he has in hand, and if he is ready to produce what we are asking him. So for that we will provide him organic inputs, labor in the initial. So that is the initial investment we are asking.
1 एकड़ में बेटा 1 एकड़ में टमाटर कितना पैदा कर रहे हो?
ऐसा है बाबा जी, हम लोग जो है ना टमाटर नहीं उगा रहे, हम यहाँ पे कम से कम 10 से 15 वेराइटीज जो हैं 4 से 5 या 5 से 10 एकड़ में उगाएंगे। हमें को फैमिली की नीड्स को पूरा करना है, सिर्फ टमाटर या आलू या प्याज ऐसे नहीं उगा रहे हम लोग। यानी 1 एकड़ में आप कम से कम 3 से 5 वेराइटी वेजिटेबल्स की लगाएंगे, और इस तरीके से 4-5 किसान मिलके, समझ रहे, 5 से 8 एकड़ में वो कम से कम 10 से 15 वेराइटीज ऑफ वेजिटेबल्स और जो सीजनल फ्रूट्स होते हैं। हम ऐसा नहीं है कि दिसंबर का एप्पल आपको जून में या जनवरी में उसमें जुलाई में देंगे, वैसा नहीं, सीजनल, वेरी पर्टिकुलर, फिर इस तरह से देंगे।
बेटा तुम्हारी बात निश्चित रूप से बहुत अच्छी है, तो राय नहीं, लेकिन अब किसान नए समय के मुताबिक जब तक अपने कृषि उत्पाद का रूप परिवर्तन करना नहीं जान लेगा तो फायदे में नहीं जा पाओगे।
सर उसके लिए पूरा हमने वर्कआउट किया हुआ है, ऐसा नहीं है हम भी अंधेरे में तीर नहीं चला रहे हैं। हमारा फार्म ऑलरेडी मींस इसके हमने 3 साल से इसके ऊपर वर्क करते हुए हैं। लास्ट 6 मंथ्स में हमने जो लॉजिस्टिक्स को सपोर्ट करने के लिए जो है तो 25 फैमिलीज एंड 2 फार्म्स ऐसे करके चला रहे हैं ना, तो उसमें हमें मालूम है विदाउट पशुधन जो बोलते हैं, यानी ऑर्गेनिक मैन्योर, ऑर्गेनिक इनपुट्स, इनफैक्ट वहाँ पे जो हमारे फार्मर्स हैं उनको हम एडिशनल ट्रेनिंग भी देंगे, वही हमारा इंसेंटिव सिस्टम वही है। वी आर ट्राइंग टू ट्रेन हिम इन ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग, वी विल आल्सो प्रोवाइड हिम ऑर्गेनिक इनपुट्स, और जो भी उसको सहायता मिलेगा इवन फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट स्कीम्स एंड ऑल, लोन स्कीम्स है, सभी तरह की सहायता के साथ उसको हम फार्मर को सपोर्ट करने के लिए हमारा मेन ध्येय है। ऑफ कोर्स प्रॉफिट इज आल्सो देयर एंड पार्ट ऑफ द प्रॉफिट जो है वो फार्मर से भी शेयर करेंगे।
बेटा तुम्हारा प्लान निश्चित रूप से अच्छा है, ऑर्गेनिक है, ये तो भविष्य की नींव है, हिंदुस्तान की जड़ है।
बिल्कुल सही।
भूली हुई पद्धति को फिर से लाने का प्रयास कर,
यही हमारा ध्येय है।
और इसको लाने से क्यों, आखिरकार इसको हम क्यों लाएं, ये मसला उठता है। तो इसको लाने से 5 चीजें मिलती हैं, वो 5 चीजें क्या हैं? जल, जमीन, जंगल, जानवर, जीवन मजबूत हो जाते हैं।
लेकिन सारे आपके जैसा सोचे तो दुनिया बदल जाएगी।
जिस देश में इसकी मजबूती होगी, सुख शांति वहाँ पर मिलेगी, वो विश्व को शांति के रास्ते में चला सकेगा। अब बेटा हम ये पूछना चाह रहे हैं कि 1 एकड़ में लगभग प्रॉफिट तुम्हारा कितना निकल रहा? नहीं, हमारा मोबाइल नंबर नोट कर लो, प्रॉफिट के रास्ते में हम तुमको चलाएंगे।
बिल्कुल सही। 1 एकड़ में मिनिमम प्रॉफिट जो हमको मिलेगा वो मिलेगा 1000। कितना या पर फैमिली से 1000, 20 फैमिली है तो 20000 पर मंथ 1 महीने में। नहीं तो ये सिर्फ लेकिन हमने मैंने दूसरा पार्ट नहीं बताया ना, इसमें फार्मर को 20000 मिलेगा पर मंथ पर फैमिली से।
20,000 में वो कम मिले तभी वो प्रॉफिट में जाएगा, क्योंकि जब 5 चीजें मिल जाती हैं तो दुनिया का सुख उसको मिलता है, उसको ठीक हो नहीं कर पाता। तो अंग्रेजी के साथ साथ हिंदी लागू करो, नहीं देश बहुत पिछड़ जाएगा।
तो फार्मर के लिए इसमें है, उसका मैं बताया था। बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल। हमें कुछ मिले ना मिले, आपका साथ मिला भाई बहुत है। थैंक यू। Initially we starting with vegetables, seasonal vegetables, and later on we have planned for next phase to go for rice, pulses, even A to milk, oil, everything. मतलब एक घर की जो जरूरत होती है ना सर, पूरा ऑर्गेनिक कर डालेंगे।
Next we have 15.
छोड़िएगा मत।
Hello everyone, my name is Abhay and I am the founder of Ficting. The word in itself is derived from the word fiction and texting. So the problem which we are trying to address here is, we are, as you can see in the picture, this is the older generation and this is the current generation. We call this generation to be Snapchat or WhatsApp generation. Like the texting is the new normal, right? So we have a solution for the readers as well as non-readers. So when it comes to readers, they don't have time to read, big fat novels, we are on the go. We are like highly impatient. And when it comes to non-readers, we are like, easily distracted. We buy books sometimes but we are not able to finish it. Like it generally happens. So the solution which we are offering is, these are like bite-sized fictions or chat fiction. The concept is, it will seem like as if you are reading a text history or a chat story of, 2 to 3 people, like a normal chat conversation. And what happens in the process is, you realize that it is a full-fledged fictional story going on. It can comprise of any genre which you can possibly think of, like horror, romance, motivation, spiritual, be it any. So it's like the sections which are divided into the same corollary to like Netflix. So we are providing a chat fiction platform. So here's the sample. So here you can see it is a horror story going on with the name Stepsister. So the concept here is to keep you curious and excited about what will happen next. So line by line display keeps you excited and engaged. So this is the solution. As I already told you, stories will be in texting format. It will be more immersive. We will be having multilingual support just because of Geo, Hindi, Marathi, Bengali, and we will be having unique content. This content is something which is not generated. We call it like the version 2.0. This is our revenue model. So we have 4 schemes here. It will be subscription based, same as Netflix. We have this feature called sponsored feature. So there will be a section in which a user can register himself as a fictor, and you can like post your own stories, and based on the views you will get that monetization or incentives. There will be third will be the advertisements, like the targeted reach, and the fourth will be the revenue sharing. As these companies which you have heard, like Disney, Nickelodeon, are doing well, but Champak is already out of the game. So we can revive them using this particular technique. So when I talk about competition, as Alta Vista had, competition, its competition was Google, MySpace and Orbit, but better interface caused Facebook to happen. Similarly, we have this competition Hook and Yarn. But we have more immersive, interactive graphics and all everything, and the content in itself will be a USP. So that is why we have Ficting. So yes, I applied for the Y Combinator as well in like a couple of months ago, and Dalton Carver took my interview. It happened in this phase, and unfortunately, I did not qualify for the Y Combinator thing, but it was still a motivation for me because the acceptance rate of Y Combinator is even less than that of Harvard. So this is like the basic version here. In just 2 months, we have like 300 plus downloads. Daily active is 70 plus, and like let me tell you, there is no marketing campaigns used whatsoever. These are the user testimonials. This is it. Yeah. If you have any questions, let me know. Thank you.
What's the AR part to it? You filed for a patent in AR.
Yes, so actually it is a different thing. So I filed for a patent in spiritual religious space. I developed an app, and it took me a while to file the patent, and we have covered the PCT section of it as well. It is a different in spiritual religious segment. It not a part of it. Not a part of it.
You mentioned that your USP is content, right?
So
who will generate the content?
Who is asking question? Yeah.
You mentioned that USP is your content, right? This kind of texting, right?
Right.
It should be engaging enough, right? For
Yes.
example, there are
So the thing is we are keeping it open for other writers as well. If you want to write your content, our backend team will actually approve your content and you will publish it on the wall, which we call ficting wall. And the thing is, we are in talks with some of the authors, known authors like Devdutt Patnaik himself, to generate some kind of a mythological concept. Like if I tell you an example, if I need to introduce a Granth to a small kid, he won't even read that scripture. But this is the way, like Ram Sita having a conversation, Ram Hanuman having a conversation. So it is a lucrative idea, I feel. And this can help,
Right now, how many authors are there?
As of now, we currently don't have any authors. We are in talking terms. The content is generated in-house. So we have like 3 people.
Okay.
So they are generating the content.
And you mentioned that your 70% is active user every month, right? What is the daily usage? How many minutes every?
So this is the analytics which we got from a backend, and it is like 70 plus users daily. Daily users, 400 plus the downloads.
And how many minutes they are using it?
I'll get back to you on this.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you. So 5 people. So 3 people are developing the stack, including me, and 2 writers.
Vernacular as well, or any plans around vernacular or the languages? Vernacular too, you planning for vernacular, or is it going to be only English?
Regional language, yes, Hindi, Marathi, Bengali are there. Hindi version has already been uploaded, Marathi and Bengali we are working on. Yeah. Sir, there is a trailer of Gully Boy which I made as of now. I don't know if can I connect with you offline?
We have the time to it.
Okay. Offline. So actually,
one question, what will prevent your competition to develop these kind of features in their existing app?
Sir, I believe there was a pitch, I watched Shark Tank, and there was a pitch, someone was pitching his app or something which had many competitors. Content driven startup it was, and Mark Cuban told them that the connections help you a lot, and he helped them with connections to some carrier, maybe it was like some Telenor or some company outside, which actually took them and helped them to scale up really fast. So sir, for any content startup, there are many startups like in OTT, if you talk about, there is Netflix as well as Amazon as well as other players as well, but they have something specific to them, right? So you download those apps. It is something like this on our platform as well. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
This is the link on which you can vote. Next we have Endure Air.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Abhishek, and I am Associate Professor of Aerospace Engineering at IIT Kanpur. So I'm pitching for a startup which has just come up 1 month back called Endure Air Systems Private Limited. You might have seen the booth outside. And what do? We are trying to build next generation drones. So I put very small snippets of what our drones are capable of. It's a very unique new design. It's a drone which becomes or converts from a quadrotor to an airplane. So that was the transition at the beginning. This is the reverse transition, where you see it changing from an airplane to a quadrotor in a matter of seconds. So what is the advantage of all this? Okay, we'll look at all that in a moment. Here is another demo of our another product, which is called Endure 15. In this case, you will just see it actually dropping an emergency package at a pre-chosen destination. It's like a small medical box, which is being dropped precisely in a very nice and controlled manner at a particular location. Now, coming back to why we are doing this and what we are all about. So currently, Indian drone industry is growing at a rate of 18%. Per annum more or less, and it happens to be India also happens to be one of the largest importers of drones or UAVs. So it's number one, and it's actually importing 23% of all imports or sales of drones globally. The domestic industry is projected to grow to 800 or close to $900 million by 2021. And alongside all this, if you look at even a bigger global picture, there is a separate industry which is coming up in a big way, and that is actually global counter drone market. And that actually is expected to reach a size of close to $2 billion in the next 3 to 4 years. And that actually happens to be one of our major focus towards development. So, of course, all of you will be familiar with the very wide range of applications for drones, and I listed some of them, and they are not really limited by these. So in PSUs, you have mining, oil, gas and power utility companies using it for payload delivery to offshore oil rigs, leader-based mapping of minerals, real estate, and you name it. Basically, all kinds of applications are out there. For defense and security forces, again, applications are huge, and currently India is largely relying on imported drones. And there is a big question on reliability, espionage and whatnot. Therefore, there is a serious need for indigenous drone development. So among all these various applications which I listed, there is something which is actually coming up in a big way, is the counter drone or drone proofing of a perimeter. So there are scenarios where also with the new regulations coming up, where unwanted drone or unauthorized drones actually approach in a particular area. Imagine a public gathering. Recently there was news regarding 6 or 7 people getting killed by a drone which came over it and exploded. So you want to protect the perimeter against such unauthorized, unidentified drones, and that is what we are looking at. So I have listed some 3 different challenges. One is in the civilian market, again regarding the counter drone measures. Airports right now, there have been instances where airports have been shut down or flights have to be delayed because some unidentified drone was seen in the neighborhood and there is a panic that it may damage airplanes. So this is what we are looking at. Currently, whatever solutions are out there for mostly battery-powered drones, which can only fly for 30 to 40 minutes. And what we are bringing forth is actually a UAV which can fly for 3 hours continuously. And it's actually powered by regular petrol or gasoline, which is very easy to refuel and readily available. Other applications could be mining, oil and gas and so on. So improved accuracy and everything which is available with us. Defense and Homeland Security, I need not tell you, it's already very well established problem. So these are the existing regular solutions and what we are proposing to do with our innovative new design. So one is these are our 3 products which we have already developed. So we have been doing research on all these platforms for the last 5 or 6 years, and we have reached a very mature state where now we are getting vigorous requests from security forces and personnel that can we sell this to them, and that's what actually motivated us to start this company. And so we have one drone which is, again, all of them actually have more or less same endurance. This can lift 5 kg, this can lift 10 kg, and this can lift 1 to 2 kgs. And all of them are capable of vertical takeoff and landing, so you don't require a runway, landing becomes very simple, handling becomes very simple. And this is the main application which we are trying to pitch for, that is counter drone. So you sight an unwanted drone, your interceptor reaches the destination, target is locked autonomously by using AI and camera, and you capture it and you are basically able to bring down the hostile drone. Okay? And that is the market we are looking at. We are trying to seek close to $1 million in next 2 years period, and we need support with manufacturing and so on. And this is probably my second last slide. This is the revenue projection. We expect to break even in 3 to 4 years because the technology which we have brought forth is very, very unique. It's actually globally competitive, not just in India actually. This is our team. I myself, like I told you, I'm associate professor here in the Aero department. My colleague Mangal Kothari, he is also associate professor along with me. And there are some team of very talented PhD students and masters, dual degree students, all from IIT Kanpur, more or less. And that's what we are. Thank you very much.
What are the application clients that you're looking at will be able to look at this apart from the military operations?
So in airports, so we have almost 108 airports currently which are actually operating civilian flights. They could be our first takers for this counter drone thing because that's actually becoming a big nuisance. Apart from them, we have HADR scenarios. Our drones are perfectly suitable for HADR, humanitarian aid and disaster response. So currently almost every state actually has gotten nearly 100 crore in their kitty for HADR projects basically. Correct. So every state, I mean, so these kind of solutions are perfect to be first responders to deliver emergency medicine, water, food and so on to disaster scenarios. So that could be another huge market for
the emergency services to operate those drones and things.
Right. So I mean all these things are actually fully autonomous, so it doesn't require any special training or anything. I mean you have to click things on the map and it will be going to the destination. It will autonomously be able to detect survivors and deliver precise packages to them.
मैं जानना चाहूँगा कि इस रेंज है माइल्स में अगर आप यहाँ से करेंगे तो कितनी दूर तक जा सकते हैं?
Right. So our helicopter Endure 15 has a top speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Okay. And it's a forward flight in air and it's actually going to be more than 3 hours.
3 hours में कितना जाएगा?
So technically speaking, it can go 300 kilometers actually, okay, with one single tank of fuel without having to come back.
300 kilometers.
Right. But then I mean communication is what becomes the limiting thing.
Yes sir.
So if your communication telemetry devices are I mean now 50 kilometers, 40 kilometers would be easily doable.
Okay. वहाँ पे सर communication network सिर्फ satellite का है?
No, see.
आप कैसे control करेंगे?
Right. So you can use SATCOMs, you can use 4G based networks if it's available. If not, you can use SATCOM.
4G is not available.
SATCOM, you can use SATCOM easily.
Sorry sir?
SATCOM, satellite communication.
Okay.
No, even now there, I mean, off the cell, there are telemetry modules available which gives you theoretical range of 30 km, 40 km. Otherwise, you can use repeaters to extend the range further. So you can have a drone which will go and sit in the middle and
there is a rigs available from land 120 miles away, and there is no
Yeah, sir. Your first two UAVs are gasoline powered.
Right.
That's the only source of energy you can use?
Yes, they are. So right now we also have small batteries to power the autopilot. Yeah. But then I mean we are in the process of actually incorporating alternators. So just with gasoline everything will be powered. So there will be all power generation to power all the electronics on board.
Sir, thank you for the pitch. One question on the design. How easy it for your large competitors to copy your design and just set the same product in the market?
Right, so making the structural design will not be very tricky, okay, but the autopilot is where our main IP is, okay, which requires significant amount of research. So this has been developed for over the last 7 years, okay, and it uses some algorithms which are not that easy to replicate.
Just one last quick question. You've been talking about that part. How is the challenge of the drone 2.0 new policy that doesn't allow you to go beyond a certain 250 meters if you are an individual person flying it? You can't go above 30 meters height and all that challenges. Apart from the government-based clients, whereas do you see there is a horizon of doing this kind of activity, because this has a lot of technological challenges as well as the government entrances in taking the
Right, so see, government entrances are actually purely for protection. Okay? So once you actually establish the concept and the reliability of the systems, okay, it would be definitely possible to get licenses to be able to operate all this. So whichever.
It is only allowed for the UIDs of the people who get the license to do ATCs. So it's a very difficult task actually to get into all of it. 2.0 drone policy actually mentions you can get them.
Right.
My question is different. My question is is apart from the government,
Hmm.
do you see there are some civilian also activities which can be based out of not just changing it, because Hornet 16s used to do the same kind of a maneuver. Seeing them, one of my friends have flown them. It's exactly the same thing on deck and flying. The only challenge that I'm seeing here is this viable for a civilian-based activities also, because military operations and emergency services, we understand the government can do so much.
Right.
What are the civilian part of aspects to your technology? How can we use that?
So civilian aspects, I mean, anywhere where you actually require to put a camera in the air, okay, for doing surveillance or for whatever mapping, and so it is actually applicable to all those businesses as well. Okay. So it's no different than any other drone. It just gives you the advantage of being able to fly continuously for a really long time.
Thanks for the presentation. Next we have Christianum Technologies.
My name is Amit Singh. We're from Christianum Technology. Our company is in the field of IoT technology, basically focusing on water resource management. So everybody knows about there's a lot of issues, a lot of problems we're facing around water, and the main problem comes into like how we are managing the water. So in India, we've seen a lot of issues regarding this. So the problem we are addressing is utility management of water and the negative long run of ecological effects and the localized weather forecast. So Christianum Technologies, we are IoT devices. We have, though it's monitoring, real-time monitoring. It's giving. So these are our products, which are catering different categories like water level, water quality, soil moisture, and flow meters. And one add-on as a service is called Pani. So it's like a provision of advisory for necessary irrigation. Thanks. For technology part, I'll involve my friend, colleague. He'll be explaining you the technology part about it.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Devdeep. So before I talk about the technology of Christianum, I'd like to just brief a small aspect of the vision of Christianum Technologies. So Christianum was actually started with the vision of monitoring hydrological systems as a whole. So to say, our main goal was to actually monitor every drop of water in the Ganga river. And why a question as monitoring the river system as a whole? That's because the river system is actually quite vast. It's heterogeneous because of the different environmental and geographical conditions along its coast. But it's one big, large system. So all this while, all these many years of science, people have been studying the river mostly in parts. It's been a small segment of the river that you analyze, or maybe a small segment of the canal, or maybe a small segment of land, and you want to find out how much water it uses. But the river system could be best compared to your human body itself. Let's say you fall really sick. You go to the doctor's not going to take one test at one point of your body. The doctor's not going to just take one scan of maybe your hand and tell all about your body. The doctor's going to actually take a thorough testing all along your body, blood at different parts, scans at different parts. So the same way, we want to understand the river. That's only when we actually have a clarity on how the river system is behaving. So this brought us to the idea that, okay, you've got to have a large number of instruments along the river. If you really want to understand the river system, you've got to have a large number of instruments. If you need a large number of instruments, these instruments need to be working in real time, meaning they need to provide you data continuously to your phone so that you can analyze, predict, and these instruments have to be really low cost, or else it's not affordable to deploy it in such large numbers. After that, we came up with our core of our technologies, which is actually, we came up with the ideas of 4 products, with 4 basic products: Dhara water level instrument, the handheld water quality instrument, that's a flow meter. There's this is an inline water quality instrument, and that's a soil moisture instrument, and this is an irrigation advisory. All of these instruments use a communication module which is based on maybe 4G or low power wide area networks. And there is one one service that we provide called PANI, Provision of Advisory for Necessary Irrigation. Soham will talk about it for a minute.
The idea of this irrigation advisory is to understand how much water a farmer needs or a farm needs and at what time. So the data which is used is a combination of satellite and model products, and which is ground truths and bias corrected by ground measurements or low cost instrument. And we try to understand how much water is needed per farm at what time. And this is the irrigation advisory we plan to do.
So the current market, what kind of devices are available? Either the solutions or technologies are very old, or you have to buy like different additional instruments to get one particular solution. So we are giving everything in one package. This way we are giving it, and it's low cost. That's another thing. So these are some of the marketing strategy and channel distribution ideas for penetration. And these are one of our current client lists, and these are our prospective customers in a different like water level, flow meters, water quality, and soil moisture. So these are some of the competitors, which are some MNC companies and some local companies which is exist in India, like Mahindra and Tata. We are going into the agriculture sector. So these are financial projections for next 3 years. And these are some of the milestones from 2015 to till now, what we have achieved through different grants and through research and developed full project and deployed. Thank you.
What changed in the last 1 year? SMC 18 to SMC 19.
Last one, 2017 to 18?
18 to 19. I mean, 18 Jan, you presented this.
Yes, yes.
Flow meter as well, I remember.
Yes, yes.
I think that was the first product that you were building at that point of time.
Yes,
yes.
yes.
So what's the traction change?
So traction is, we have deployed in one of the clients, the CWC, 17 to 18 instruments, we have deployed it, we have cleared that round, and we are getting more orders to them, means after the March. And we're also getting some private clients through that also. Plus the POCs we are getting through like in Hyderabad also in some locations. And with PANI we are going into like in a different strategy we are going into it. So that we are, to be started in March.
Are you working with corporates or working with farmers as well?
Yeah, sending messages.
We are already sending nowcasts and weather forecasts to farmers to understand whether there is, say, a possibility of rainfall in the next week or not. So, उसमें हिंदी में messages दिए जा रहे हैं यहाँ के आसपास के किसानों को.
We should connect offline.
ये पानी का मामला है और पानी का खेती से कितना मजबूत रास्ता है ये सरदार जी आप जानते हैं. तो आप हमको हिंदी में बतावें तब कुछ बात बनेगी. यदि आती हो हिंदी आती हो तो ना कि कोई बात नहीं.
कोशिश ये है कि हम किसी हिसाब से सैटेलाइट से ऐसी जानकारी ले सकें, या सैटेलाइट या कुछ मॉडल होते हैं उनसे ऐसी जानकारी ले सकें जिससे ये पता चल सके कि वायु में वाष्प कितना है, तापमान कितना है, या फिर और ऐसे पैरामीटर्स होते हैं जिनसे ये पता चलता है कि कितनी पानी की ज़रूरत है जल वातावरण में जलवायु के वजह से. और ये अगर हम आज का और अगले हफ्ते का कुछ हम बता सकें अनुमान के हिसाब से तो शायद इससे किसानों को मदद मिल सके. एक हफ्ते तक की हम कोशिश करते हैं कि हम बारिश हो रही है, वर्षा होगी या नहीं होगी उसका एक अनुमान दे सकें. इस वजह से किसान अपने सिंचाई का प्रबंधन थोड़ा बहुत इधर उधर कर सकते हैं, या अगर चाहें तो फिर उसे थोड़ा देर कर सकते हैं या फिर पहले कर सकते हैं.
बहुत अच्छी बात है, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. लेकिन नीचे का पानी जो घट रहा है उसके विषय में भी विचार आपको करना चाहिए.
इसमें हम एक हमारा इंस्ट्रूमेंट है जिसको सॉइल मॉइस्चर इंस्ट्रूमेंट बोलते हैं, या कि ज़मीन की नमी को मापने वाला इंस्ट्रूमेंट है. तो इस मशीन से हम ये जानने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ज़मीन में कितनी नमी है। सिर्फ जहाँ जहाँ जड़ें होती हैं गेहूं की हमारे केस में, उसमें कितनी नमी है उसका एक अगर अनुमान लगा सकें तो इससे पता चलेगा कि जितनी मांग है दुनिया, ये वातावरण की जितनी मांग है उसको कितनी पूरी की जा सकती है, वो जल सॉइल मॉइस्चर यानी कि ज़मीन की नमी से पता चलती है।
महाराज बेटा, ऐसे वैज्ञानिकों पर हमें गर्व है, देश को गर्व है जो इस तरह का काम कर रहे हो, ये बहुत अच्छी बात है। लेकिन बेटा हम प्रश्न भी करते हैं और उसका जवाब भी दे देंगे। अब समय आज नहीं है, हमसे कभी पूछ लेना कि ये जमीन का जो जल घट रहा है कैसे न घटे, बिना पैसे के पूरा बना रहा है, ये रास्ता हमसे पूछ लेना।
Thanks for the presentation. Next we have Arogyam Medicine. After this, NVB round, please prepare.
Sorry.
We are presenting Soil Sati Agri Implant, and this is a digital transformation initiative which we have taken in agriculture. So there is an urgent need to address some of the agricultural challenges in India. First is that how to reduce the cost of the farming, increase the yield of the farm, and how to bridge the gap between the information between linkage production in the market, and how to address the disguised unemployment in our agriculture system. So our digital solution to is that we have developed IoT-based soil chemistry analyzer. Each has ability to test 12 soil parameters, and also along with that we are developing 10 water parameters. So there are 22 parameters which we can test on this analyzer, and this automatically transmits the data to the cloud, and at the same time on this device, based on the crop type and the agroclimatic condition, it tells the fertilizer requirement which is needed. And along with that, this small device also gives the weather forecasting to the farming communities. Now we have piloted this instrument into a certain farm, and specifically in the orchard, and you have seen that it can reduce the input cost by 40%. It can increase the yield to 30%, and it can potentially increase the farmer outreach by significantly by 8 times. It has a significant requirement in the farming sector in a different type of customer segments, including the government system as well. So it promotes essentially a sustainable farming, because based on the fertilizer applied, the farmer can actually give the exact amount of fertilizer which is needed. Now, what is the current status of our product? So this product is in the beta release. It is very applied demonstration, volume system adapted, and the field trial which is initiated. We have initiated the lab validation with 2 KVKs, one in West Bengal and another is Karnataka, and Himachal and EC validation is pipeline. We have also figured out we have established the production capacity 10,000 units currently, and it is now GM registered with the government marketplace, and development of the service organization initiated, and product complaint reporting facilities also initiated. This is our team. I am Pastor Chakraborty, and along with we have Dr. Suman Hussain, Rajesh Mondal, and our director of sales,
we have in last year, 2018, we got the most impactful social venture award. Then in West Bengal, we got the best prototype from Bengal in top 10 solution in Karnataka. And last year, at the end, in December, we received the Infocom Future Leadership Award from ABP. And we have featured in Amar Ujala also for our initiatives. Now, this is the market opportunity side, and this is in fact very conservative. We know that we have toned down the overall market. So now, so our target market we see is that the market which we target is at 120 crores, and the market is significantly times than that. And the primary customer segments are plantation, wine, startup cooperatives. And our business model is based on the subscription-based and consumable means that the agri-chemicals which would be utilized to do the test, and the data itself is a very good, important source of the revenue. And this is our financial currency. We have established almost 2 years ago. And in last 2 years, we are mostly focused on the product development, and we now have a marketable product, one customer, and there are 5 customers who are in line, and our initial scale up is the next 2 years, and we will be doing 7 crores, and next 5 years 120 crores.
ये डिवाइस फार्मर को आप वन टाइम इन्वेस्टमेंट केस में देंगे या कुछ मंथली बेसिस पे या क्वार्टरली बेसिस पे?
Idea is to give it to the specifically in the hand of farmer cooperatives rather than the individual farmers. Or it can go to big plantation owners or planters or orchards. Then we will go sell it as a one single unit.
Great. आपने एक नंबर बताया कि इनपुट कॉस्ट 40% कम हो जाता है. I must ask audience to give him a big round of applause if he is able to do that. बहुत ज़रूरत है इस चीज़ की. एक मेरा लास्ट छोटा सा क्वेश्चन है, क्या फार्मर्स खुद से आपके जो डेटा दे रहे हैं खुद से एनालाइज करके डिसीजन लेंगे या उनको कोई जाके बताएगा आपकी तरफ से या सोसाइटी की तरफ से?
No, so this device itself gives a report, and so it can be done on situ. एंड उसके साथ उसका जो पूरा रिपोर्ट बनेगा वो रिपोर्ट हम लोग उनसे मतलब डिवाइस है.
Hi, I just wanted to know regarding any competitors in this field of yours.
Yeah. So now there are traditional instruments which are there, so I'm just taking them out of the competition discussion. But along with that, I think there are few similar products which are coming into the market, and it's not that there is no product. There are similar products which are.
What sort of differentiation you have with them? Any USPs you have?
One of the significant, I think, the way we have checked is that our margin of error is coming 5%. And I have not seen an established margin of error from the competitors. But even if we see that they are 5%, within 5% margin of error. Second thing which we are seeing is that the ability to give the fertilizer advice and ability to create the soil map very quickly, and it's almost instantaneous. So that itself gives a differentiator. So even a planter, for example, the way currently in my pilot thing is that orchard was in Muzaffarpur and the owners were actually from Calcutta. So he was able to see for a specific tourism season that how it is progressing and how it is being done. So that is possible with this instrument. I think that's a new recipe.
Sir, one question. Looks like this is solving the drought problem which is a lot of farmers face. But how how do you plan to sell this product? And is there a specific area or region only you are targeting, or do you want to sell it to all across India?
We would like to sell it to all across India, and specifically now we are looking for the 4 states. One is.
How do you plan to sell it?
Okay, there are some dealer network we are started creating, and also some of the Krishi Melas which happened. Specifically, it has happened now. Means between 15th of January to 15th of February, all over India, these events happen. So these are some of the very important place to which the product can be pushed.
It's only in Krishi Mela?
No, I just gave an example. So these events happen.
Soil.
Sorry?
You're into soil testing.
We have made it.
Okay. So your name says something else. Arokya Betty Soft.
Okay, that's an interesting story actually.
It is not long.
Sorry?
It is not long.
Because we are making the similar version of the device which can do the 10 urine test and 12 blood tests, and there is an inbuilt ECG into it. Now, it is not yet market ready, so we have not focused on it.
पौधों के जड़ से या जड़ के पास के नमी के विषय में जानकारी आपकी मशीन दे देती है? अभी समझ नहीं पा रहा।
नहीं देती है।
अभी नहीं देती है। अभी कितना काम हुआ है? जैसे पेड़ पौधे जितने हैं सबकी जड़ें अलग-अलग हैं। किसी की कोई इसमें होती है, किसी की हाइट में होती है, किसी की बहुत नीचे चली जाती है। तो अभी तक कैसे नाप तोल का मापक कैसे बना हुआ हूँ? ये काम तुम्हारा बहुत अच्छा है। खेती के उज्जवल भविष्य बनाने का काम कर रहे हो, लेकिन बेटा की समस्याओं को आस-पास के जो किसान हो ना, उनको देख के बनाना, जिससे तुम्हारा सबक भविष्य निकले कोई घाटे नहीं।
धन्यवाद।
Next, Enmovilon Technology. Enmovilon Industries.
Hello. So what we are trying to do is we are trying to make indigenous compostable plastics. Plastic pollution is a term which needs no introduction. I mean it's a topic of debate for past few years, and everybody knows what the harmful effects are. So I'm not going to bore you with that. Coming right to the point. So the problem is government has banned single-use plastic in 20 states and union territories. Single-use plastic depending upon their procedures, and in 5 states they have partially banned it, and our PM has vowed to end single-use plastic by 2022. So there is a need for an alternate material in the rigid package, flexible packaging sector. To fill that void, the alternate materials which are available right now is either expensive, that is cloth and jute, chemically or mechanically unstable, paper, cardboard, and non-environmental friendly, like non-woven. So there is one material, compostable plastic, which can take its place. But in India, there are no plastic pellet manufacturers. I mean, in the later part of the supply chain, there are manufacturers who are importing these plastics from Europe and China. So overall, the cost of these plastics is very high. And we can't make this plastic in India because these are made from specific variety of corn which is not grown in this part of the world. So we can't make that. For that solution, we suggested that we make compostable plastic using waste chicken feathers. We have developed the POC, I have it then with me. After the presentation, I'll show it to you. So with these, we'll be making compostable plastic pellets, which will be manufactured in India, and it will have stable chemical and mechanical properties, economically viable as it will be made in India, 30% import duty is reduced, and obviously compostable and biodegradable. So there lies a great opportunity for us, because since there are no pellet manufacturers, we'll be the first to manufacture these pellets in India, and 350 million tons of feather waste is generated in India yearly. So I'm not saying that all of this waste can be converted into bioplastic, because collection of this feather is a huge task in itself. But from few easy sources, we can collect enough waste that we can start a venture out of it. So we did some idea validation regarding that. We have covered 3 aspects: academia, business, and raw material supply, and we got a green flag in all these 3 aspects. That yes, whatever we are trying to say, we can achieve that. The market analysis, bioplastic, because of customer awareness, going green, it is growing tremendously throughout the world, and specifically Western Europe is showing a tremendous, great market for that. 55% of the world consumption is there, so we have very good export opportunity as well. In India, there is the leading manufacturer is Nature Tech. It is a business unit of NTIC, Norton Technology International Corporation. They had an annual turnover of around 10 million. But still, I mean, they are also importing these pellets from Taiwan. So, plant unit economics, still we are on the prototype development stage. We have developed the POC, but we have to make the end plastic pellets. So we are not sure that what will be the price, but it will be something close to this range only. And projections, these are very, very modest projections. I mean, 300 tons first year is very modest. In fact, a single plastic bag manufacturer in Kanpur consumes almost 240 tons annually. So depending upon the source, we can make it huge. Yeah, I have been talking to a lot of manufacturers, the end product manufacturers, and in the business respect, I mentioned this name, Mr. Nimit Manamiya. He is the General Secretary for Plastic Bags Manufacturing Association India. So he consumes almost 500 tons of biodegradable pellets annually. He was saying that if you are able to come up with this product, and if you are able to give me even 10 rupees cheaper, then I will take all of your product. And similarly, a lot of, I'm not talking about one, I'm talking about 20 manufacturers who have talked to Geeta Plastics in Kanpur. They have an annual turnover of around 100 crores. I've been in talking terms with them. They have opened their facility for me, so I can test my materials. And
why they will take your product? Why they will take your product?
Their thermoforming section has been shut down. It's a 20 crore section, which has been shut down because of the pandemic. So it's just locked up. So they want us to come up with this product so that they can start with that again.
And one more question is, if suppose let's say your product becomes successful, commercially viable, what will prevent your competitors to come up with the same technologies, build same kind of product?
It will be IP protected. I mean, still right now we are not.
If somebody is already selling in developed market, how can you protect your IP? You said that in Europe, bioplastics are
Yes, bioplastic. It is from PLA. I was telling you that bioplastic is available. It is available in India itself, but it is being imported from that specific part of the world. The pellets. The plastic process is like that. There is pellets. From the pellets, you make the end product. So the pellets are not produced in India. That is what we want to do.
So how can you IP protect something which is already available in other parts?
Those are made from corn. We will be making it from feather. It is all different process. It will be all different process.
Can a customer differentiate between a corn-based product versus a feather-based product?
No.
Then how does it make a difference whether you are IP protected from feather or not?
Yeah, this has to be a data. I mean, we have to look into it. Yeah, exactly. Our product will be much cheaper than theirs. So we are using waste. yeah, cause differentiation will be there. Yes. So, if anyone wants to
question ये है
without any additives and fillers, just polymerization of those things. And one sample, this is, I said it is compostable. This is after we kept it in saline water for 2 days. Yeah, the sample will look like this. And it will turn, it will end up in like feed for fishes and all. Yeah.
पैकेजिंग टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट मैं पैकेजिंग टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट हूँ और बिल्डिंग का सारा काम हो रहा है। जो आपने बोपला के बारे में बताया अभी पॉलीलैक्टिक एसिड के बारे में,
हेलो,
पॉलीलैक्टिक एसिड के बारे में ये तो लगभग अभी सभी लोग जान चुके हैं, बाहर से भी इम्पोर्ट हो रहा है ये सारी चीजें। लेकिन आपने ये जो चिकन फिदर के बारे में आपने बताया तो एक बायो वेस्ट है, तो आगे चल के आप बताएं मुझे कि कैसे इसको हम food packaging में या pharma packaging में use कर सकते हैं?
Actually, this is a very interesting question. I mean, we are not directly using this bio waste. We are extracting keratin out of it, and then we are polymerizing it. So keratin is so safe. Let me finish. It is used for wound healing and in mouthwash. In all these applications, it is being used, and we have reports from NCBI and FDA approved. Articles, literature is already present that keratin is safe for all these applications. So if you want to use in food packaging, we can use that.
तो क्या आप जो आपने फ्री लिया हुआ है, आप मुझे शो कर सकते हैं ऑफलाइन?
हाँ, definitely. Any more questions? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Next we have Bioman Technologies.
Good evening, everyone. I believe that each one of us has a potential to be an entrepreneur, and if each one of us turns a problem solver, the million problems that we have in India, with million people turning a problem solver, we can solve it. I want to share a story about how I got into waste management per se. The Honorable Prime Minister in 2014 started the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. This led to a lot of campaigns where we were trying to do cleaning up of various places. Me and my son went across the road once to do this clean campaign, and within a week's time, we saw that the place was again looking dirty. Right? My son walked up to me one day and said, "Can we do anything about it?" I just sent him away saying that it's government's job, nothing much that we can do about it. So the first question he asked me was, "You call yourself a product designer. Why can't you find a solution for this problem?" And then he said, "You said it's a government's problem, and I learned in civics that in democracy, we the people are the government. So we are also supposed to be solving this problem." So this got me thinking, and I went ahead and studied the problem to understand this problem a little more in detail. I realized that 70% of the city's waste actually currently ends up in landfills. There are technologies that exist which can work at small scale, especially in home levels and smaller areas. And then you also have large-scale technology. The problem with small-scale technologies are smell and the space that it takes. And in terms of large-scale technologies, especially your biogas and waste-to-energies, they need pristine waste to work. And most of the waste that's collected in the city ends up, commingled waste, which is unsegregated waste, and most of these things fail. So, based on design thinking and system designs, we looked at nature to see how is it solved in nature, because ultimately nature has an answer for everything, right? So we came up with a solution, which was a biotech solution. We went to the market with this, we realized that we were actually trying to tell people like a cookery show how to solve this whole problem, and what the customer and at the end wanted was like a ready-to-eat product. So we came up with a solution called Bioman Systems, which actually has a product system which manages waste in a modular way. We have a system of a complete product, the complete waste is tracked, and also we have developed analytical skills to understand how the waste varies over the period of a year, and then based on that we can treat the waste. So it's a complete biotech solution, it's a modular system, and it's a microbial system, so it's completely waste is collected in bins and treated in bins itself. And then the entire thing is measured for us to manage this waste in a very easy way. The benefit to the customer is there's no smell, there's no power required, very minimal effort, very small footprint.
प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट के लिए हम लोग को थोड़ी फंडिंग की ज़रूरत है अराउंड मतलब एस्टिमेट वी हैव समथिंग अराउंड 30-40 lakhs फॉर द नेक्स्ट 6 months तो या 7
Okay. We have a solution which can plan to Plan City, but currently we are focusing on Bioman on-site solution, which is a solution where you can work, any apartment is more than 50 apartments, it's mandated by law now to manage your own waste. So the solution is working with the RWAs, we are able to get it at as low as per home as to end up spending 2,500 rupees as the initial cost, and monthly cost will be 100 to 150 rupees depending on number of houses that you have. We're looking at an investment of 2.5 crores, which will help us to reach at least 5 cities in the next 3 years, generating a steady target of 12 crores. We have a plan of how we'll get to scaling in any city. Our technology is very light. With just about 10 customers with 1,000 homes, we are able to break even in any city. That's the first thing. Then going forward, that particular master operator that we appoint in any city can continue to scale that particular city. This is the projections for the 3 years. So it's a partner, my partner and me, both of us are full-time into this. I would all again ultimately request all of you not to just think about environment, but to act towards saving it. Open to questions.
Next we have micro tumor tech.
Right now, and the product that we're pitching right now is micro tumor tech, and we give personalized chemotherapy solutions. We are at the developmental stage and focusing on healthcare, and our potential population is cancer patients, specifically in breast and cervical cancer for now, and we are also targeting government and private hospitals. Our team size is 3 people for now. I'm the founder and the 2 co-founders for this product. So in India, breast and cervical cancer are the leading cause of cancer-related deaths, and India still has a very low, not very low, but it has a low breast cancer survival rate of 66% compared to the West. In West it's around 90%. So we need to reach to that level. And how this can happen? Usually what happens whenever a patient, a cancer patient, goes to a clinician, there is diagnosis by pathologist, and then a treatment planning and treatment cycle comes into picture. So what happens if there are 10 patients of breast cancer which are at the same stage of cancer, and if they are given the same treatment regimen, all of them would not respond similarly. So one drug fits all usually fails at the bedside, and this leads to decreased patient survival, enhanced costs and side effects. So we believe that pre-screening of potential chemotherapeutic agents on patient-derived tumor tissue by making three-dimensional spheroids is the need of the hour. And how we can do this is by intervening using our technology called micro tumor tech, which can help in development of better treatment planning as well as cycle. So how we would like to do is, that we will take patient sample either in form of biopsy or after surgery, and we would make three-dimensional spheroids on smart microwell arrays, and based on whatever the clinician suggests, we would test the specific drugs on the patient, and we would give a particular, we have a real-time readout for the cell death, and we would give the optimal drug combination to the clinician, and so that he can go ahead with a specific treatment regimen. Our target is, it's a B2B and B2C business model, and we right now are functioning, we'll be functioning as end-to-end service providers to the government and private hospitals. Our competitors are mostly based in the West, and there's one competitor called Mitra Biotech, which is also headquartered in the US and has recently appeared in India as well. But what the technology that we are using is based on microwell arrays, and we will use tissue engineering platforms. That means we would make three-dimensional spheroids using smart biopolymers, and which will be very similar to how in vivo tumors or the tumors inside human body appears. Our projected timeline, within the first 2 years, we would like to get to the proof of concept and moving to other cancer types in the next, in the 3rd year, and then we'll hit the market at around 4th year, where we target the private and government hospitals. Our revenue model, during every chemotherapeutic cycle, which is usually around 6 cycles, 1.5 to 2 lakhs is what the patient has to bear. And the time frame associated is around few months. And only after few cycles the patient gets to know, or the clinician tells, okay, this particular drug is not working on you, we need to change your chemotherapeutic regimen. So we would come up with a solution in which around 15 to 20 days, we will be able to tell the clinician that, okay, this is the drug that you should give the patient, and the other drugs which you've been trying should not be given. The device development during prototyping would cost around 100 rupees per piece. These formation of spheroids would be around 6,000 rupees, and the drug responsiveness data studies would cost around 1,000 rupees, which is around maybe around 8 to 9,000 rupees as compared to 1.5 to 2 lakhs which a patient has to bear with a single chemotherapeutic regimen. And we, as I mentioned, we function as end-to-end service providers. Our business plan, the cost incurring would be at the formation of spheroids, and the revenue generation would be from the government hospitals, multi-speciality cancer hospitals, and also from the pharmaceutical industries with whom we can share our data, and they can use it at various drug discovery centers. So these are the team members, and we have a list of scientific advisors associated with our team, mostly based at AIIMS Bhopal, and these are the people who will help us with providing patient samples and would also be our first and customers to start with. For now, we are looking at investments close to around 5 crores after we are within a year. I would like to thank BIRAC for providing us with funding of 50 lakhs to start the project. And the need for infrastructure is not required at present, but we would really like to have access to business partners for business development in cancer domain. With this, I would like to thank you.
आधे समय चाहिए तो 2 मिनट के लिए।
Next we have Dhoot Bandar. He is one of the co-founders is IIT Kanpur student.
Hello everyone, a very good evening to all the jury members and the team out here. आप सबका दूध शुद्ध है? क्या जो आप दूध पीते हैं वो शुद्ध है? There will be a lot of questions out here. वसाई ग्रुप कहते हैं कि 69% सैंपल्स फेल होते हैं। फार्मर्स के साथ, एक किसान के साथ, एक डेयरी फार्मर्स के साथ क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं? मिडिल मैन उसका प्रॉफिट ले जाता है, वो हाइजीनिक कंडीशन से दूध नहीं दे पाता, फाइनेंसेस को बेयर नहीं कर पा रहा, और
यूजर अपनी क्वालिटी के साथ अनश्योर है कि वो क्या पी रहा है, जहर पी रहा है या रेडी वो दूध है। मिल्क डिलीवर्ड इज नॉट टेस्टेड, अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड डिलीवरी एंड डिलीवरीज रियली आज दूध टाइम पे नहीं पहुंच पा रहा है, इसका रीजन एक दूध वाला ही है। मिल्क एडल्ट्रेशन, फसाई लोग कहते हैं कि 69% सैंपल्स फेल होते हैं, तो हम यहाँ इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं दूध भंडार, प्योरिटी फॉर श्योरिटी। आज जो दूध वाला हमारे साथ जुड़ता है उस दूध को हम 29 प्रकार से जांच करते हैं, उसी के नाम से एक पैकेट बनाते हैं और घर घर जाकर डिलीवर करते हैं। दिस इज आवर मेन डोर। Our main competition, Amul, Mother Dairy, they are already existing in market. Belief on fresh milk versus fractionization milk. Cultural change, हम सिर्फ Tier और Tier 3 cities को फोकस कर रहे हैं. We are only focusing on Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. तो सिंपल सा प्रोसेस है। कोई भी यूजर जब हमको ऑर्डर करता है तो गांव में एक मुखिया है, उसको हमने ट्रेन करा हुआ है अपने ऐप से, वो दूध हमको डिलीवर करता है, हम टेस्टिंग करते हैं, उसको उसी के नाम से पैकेट फॉर्म में पैक करते हैं। यहाँ मिल्कमैन ब्रांड बन रहा है, एक एरिया के कोने तक दूध वाले का नाम पहुंच रहा है, और देन हमारा डिलीवरी बॉय विच इज एन ऐप ड्रिवन डिलीवरी प्रोसेस, वो डिलीवरी करता है उसके घर तक जाके। दिस इज हाउ आवर डिलीवरी फंक्शंस, स्टार्ट ट्रिप, एंड ट्रिप, एंड नंबर ऑफ डिलीवरीज ही हैज टू डिलीवर इन अ डे। QSS और NABL हमारे सपोर्टिंग पार्टनर्स हैं जो हमारी टेस्टिंग में हेल्प करते हैं। हमारे सॉल्यूशंस 1829 adulteration test with QSS NABL certification, empowering farmers on digital platform, time frame of delivery for delivery man, branding milkman which increases visibility, and of course ease of ordering a tested certified milk at your doorstep. इतनी तरीके की जांच हम कर रहे हैं। सोल्यूशन में डेयरी फार्मर्स, आज किसान प्रॉब्लम में है, उसका यहाँ 30% इनकम की ग्रोथ कर रहे हैं हम लोग, प्लस एजुकेशन टू द किड्स, जॉब फैसिलिटी टू फार्मर्स। आज वही दूधिया जो हमको दूध देके जा रहा है, ही इज बिकमिंग अ डिलीवरी बॉय। वेटरनरी डॉक्टर सपोर्ट टू द, आज गांव में प्रॉब्लम ये होती है कि किसान वहां तक पहुंच नहीं पा रहे हैं, उनके पास डॉक्टर्स नहीं है अच्छे, तो वो सपोर्ट भी हम लोग उनको प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं। एरिया वाइज मेंटर्स, NABARD, IIM Udaipur is helping us to get this mentorship done for farmers itself. Marketing independent brand, farmers खुद अपनी ब्रांड जाके बता पाते हैं। आज भैया 20 साल से हमारा दूध आ रहा है वहां से, आप उसी दूध को पैकेट में लीजिए, जांचा हुआ कच्चा दूध। Marketing door to door, search engine optimization, customer acquisition cost, and hostels cashback and various offers. मंथली रेवेन्यू मॉडल है, एक बार पे करना पड़ता है मंथ के एंड में, बस आपने सब्सक्राइब किया, दूध डिलीवरी आपके पास स्टार्ट हो गई। डेली ऐप पे आपका टेस्टेड पैरामीटर्स आपके मोबाइल ऐप पे, आपके SMS अलर्ट पे आपके पास आता है, तो आज आप पता कर पा रहे हो कि दूध में एडल्ट्रेशन है। अगर कहीं कोई एडल्ट्रेशन होता है तो आपको बता दिया जाता है कि भैया ये पानी मिला हुआ है और आज दूध इसलिए सप्लाई थोड़ी लेट होगी। मेजर कॉस्ट, टेस्टिंग इक्विपमेंट्स, टेस्टिंग लैब, पाउचिंग मशीन, फ्रैक्चराइजिंग प्लांट्स, सेल्स एंड मार्केटिंग कॉस्ट, रेंट्स एंड ट्रांसपोर्टेशन एंड सैलरीज। मिशन ये है कि आज जो 70% दूध का सेक्टर है, जो दूध जाके घर घर दे रहा है, उसको एक इंडिपेंडेंट ब्रांड हम लोग क्रिएट करेंगे, और जो बचा हुआ दूध है वो एक इंडिपेंडेंट ब्रांड क्रिएट करके उसके थ्रू हम मार्केट में सेल करेंगे। These are my team members. Alok Awasthi is our IIT student. Anvit looks after technical world. Sohail Khan is our co-founder. And Faisal Ayaz is the MSc Gold Medalist in the food technology. I'm open for questions. जांचा हुआ कच्चा दूध। Yeah.
So I went through the entire presentation. Everything is good. We would like to know what is the solution for the traces of heavy metals that are being found nowadays in food and other food samples. So are you looking towards the production or supply of organic milk as well apart from this normal milk?
सर पहले तो मैं ये बताया था ऑर्गेनिक मिल्क है क्या। अगर आप किसी भी जानवर को ऑर्गेनिक पाउडर देंगे तो वो ऑर्गेनिक मिल्क देगी। अगर आप उसको एक अच्छा पाउडर ही नहीं दे पा रहे हैं, जो किसान के पास पैसा ही नहीं है, तो वो प्रॉब्लम तो बात की है सर, पहले किसान के पास पैसे तो आने दीजिए।
So I'm asking, are you looking after that? I mean, आपके पास जहाँ से आप उठा रहे हो वहाँ से आप चेक कर रहे हैं heavy metals हैं या नहीं है, तो ये आपके पैरामीटर्स में कहीं heavy metal ना है।
सर हम लोग बहुत नए, अभी 2 महीना हुआ है। With your guidance, definitely that parameter will also come on board. Thank you. we are delivering the milk, but farmers are getting a job out here with us. Because sir, वो दूध वाला ही best delivery boy है हमारे लिए, वो time पे दूध पहुंचा देता है. Sir, it's separately our domain, but farmers are employed at our domain. We have given them a delivery boy app.
ये दो तीन बातें आपकी समझ नहीं आ रही हैं.
Please.
एक तो आपने वो ऑर्गेनिक वाला जो बताया कि वो अगर फॉरेन लोग खा रही हैं उसको आप इंश्योर करते हैं कि वो ऑर्गेनिक है.
सर, Tier 3, Tier 2 cities में कहाँ से आ रहा है ऑर्गेनिक पाउडर?
दूसरी चीज, अगर वो गाय में अगर वो इंजेक्शन लगा के
ऑक्सीटोसिन,
वो तो क्या वो ऑर्गेनिक है?
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं.
तो आपका मतलब इंश्योर करते हैं कि कोई भी इंजेक्शन लगी हुई गाय या भैंस का दूध नहीं आ रहा है.
सर, हमारे जो किसान हैं, हम उनके वहाँ CCD कैमरास हैं जो 24 आवर मेंटरशिप पे बैठे हुए हैं.
आपको लैक्टेशन प्रोसेस पता है?
सॉरी सर,
लैक्टेशन प्रोसेस जो है गाय का वो फैलो का पता है कैसे होता है?
सर, ये फूड टेक्नोलॉजी आंसर कर सकता है. सॉरी.
ओके. दूसरी चीज क्या आप हर जगह पे हर फार्मर को आप पैकेजिंग यूनिट या डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर हर जगह पे रखेंगे?
सर, पैकेजिंग यूनिट किसान का नाम आ रहा है पैकेट पे. Sir, we'll take this offline for sure. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
We have one wildcard entry from IIT students. He is also one of ECL member.
We are 2 months operational. We are already selling 250 liters of milk a day.
Can I start? Begin. Hello everyone. My name is Vedant. I'm a student here at IIT Kanpur. And before I start the presentation, I would like to know. I want a show of hands. How many of us use laptops instead of desktop? By desktop I mean बड़ा सा डब्बा जो हम घर पे रखते हैं. तो कितने लोग लैपटॉप यूज करते हैं ज्यादा डेस्कटॉप से? एक बार हाथ उठा लीजिए प्लीज. ठीक है. तो now that I have ensured that most of us use laptops and ensured that most of us are awake here, I will start my presentation. So I here propose a product that I have been working on, which I think is a cheaper version of the product that we use. जैसे कि हमने हाथ उठा किया लैपटॉप. तो what is LabPi? क्या है LabPi? ये है एक I use a microprocessor called Raspberry Pi. This is a small thing that you can consider as a CPU. ये एक छोटा सा CPU है जिसमें USB पोर्ट्स हैं, Ethernet पोर्ट्स हैं और मेमोरी कार्ड पोर्ट्स हैं. इसमें पूरा ऑपरेटिंग सिस्टम एक मेमोरी कार्ड से इनपुट होता है. मैंने क्या किया इसमें? मैंने एक 3D प्रिंटेड मॉडल बनाया है जो कि DIY डू इट योरसेल्फ मैं दिखाता हूँ आगे. I'll skip the specifications and operating system and will not go into the technical part. Instead, I will show you the product. So this is something that I intend to showcase. So there will be a box that one can get. जिसमें एक लैपटॉप 3D printed लैपटॉप बॉडी होगी, एक CPU होगा, हाँ इस CPU में एक और चीज है. There are GPIO pins for those who are in technical background. For those who are from technical background, these GPIO pins can be used by makers, student makers, or code technical enthusiasts to basically it can be used in robotics. So it can be used to make things using sensors and other such electronic products. So it can be used mostly and can be used by students and DIY makers. So this is the product. This is a 3D printed product, and if I slide the keyboard, I have zoomed into the keyboard part here. If I will slide it down, I will get the part where the electronic instruments will be inserted. Now there will be a component for LCD का एक component होगा और एक ये component होगा, बस और कुछ नहीं होगा. LCD का component इससे add होगा, इसमें HDMI port है, there is an HDMI port here in this component, and that's it. Now the previous model, this is the photograph. This is a design of the product of the 3D version that is still going on. That is still being printed while it is being designed while I'm talking, and will be printed in a couple of weeks. While it is being printed, while it is being developed, there are some versions that I have developed. जैसे ये कार्डबोर्ड से प्लास्टिक से मैंने खुद बनाया है, लेकिन ये 3D वर्जन में अभी बन रहा है. जैसे कि हम बोल रहे हैं, जैसा जब मैं बोल रहा हूँ उसी के टाइम पे ये डिजाइनिंग चल रही है हमारी टीम में. एक वुडन बॉक्स बनाया मैंने, स्क्रीन, कीबोर्ड, और अगर मैं इसमें खोलूंगा, जिसमें स्लाइड मैंने बनाया, इसमें मैंने कार्डबोर्ड से बनाया, तो मैं खोलूंगा तो अंदर LCD का कंपोनेंट और जो मैंने कंपोनेंट आपको दिखाया. हालांकि ये टीवी का कंपोनेंट है, इसमें ज्यादा पार्ट्स हैं. एक नया मॉडर्न कंपोनेंट मंगाया है चाइना से, जिसमें ये पार्ट्स नहीं है, और एक इतना सा छोटा सा जितना हुआ है उतना ही कंपोनेंट है. इस सारे को रिप्लेस करते हैं. तो ये मेरा पुराना वर्जन है. There's one more. How much time do I have left? कितना टाइम बचा है? 1 minute, ठीक है. So there's one more usage that this component can be used for. This is a normal monitor that we use, and we can, by monitor I mean any LCD screen which has HDMI port. So this component can be used in any screen which has an HDMI port. By component, let me show you the component again. These are the two different versions of component, and the difference in these two components is the configuration. As I said, I will not move on to the technical aspect. So these, let me give you a brief about the technical aspect anyways. These run Linux versions of operating systems Ubuntu. And there is another version that I have. I misplaced the component. But anyways, so this is the component. As I said, it can be joined. It can be joined with any LCD screen that has HDMI port, or what I propose is we can make a 3D model and put it in a box and sell it like toys. खिलौनों की तरह कंप्यूटर को बेच सकते हैं. ओवरऑल कॉस्ट अभी तक इसकी 4700 आई है मेरे को पूरे लैपटॉप बनाने की. तो इसको मैं और इम्प्रूव कर रहा हूँ चाइना से कंपोनेंट इंपोर्ट करके. तो that's it. That's all about my product. I'm open to questions. Thank you very much. I'm open to questions. Application, sir. There is a class of students, or I should not use the word students, because there is a certain section of people who are enthusiasts about DIY products. By DIY I mean you can there's a part which I said GPIO pins. So GPIO pins can be used to connect sensors. So it can be a product, can be a CPU version of product that can help anyone with no or basic coding education to develop any IoT based product. कोई IoT based product, IoT Internet of Things based product बनाया जाता है. In easy language, कोई भी सेंसर इसके साथ ऐड किया जा सकता है और इससे डाटा एनालिसिस उसका किया जा सकता है. तो जो हम डेटा एनालिसिस के बारे में बहुत कुछ पढ़ते हैं, IoT के बारे में, AI के बारे में पढ़ते हैं, वो हम घर बैठे कम और न्यूनतम कोड की भाषा जानते हुए इसको कर सकते हैं इम्प्लीमेंट. किसी और का कोई क्वेश्चन? एनी अदर क्वेश्चन? सर का कोई क्वेश्चन है? कोई माइक दीजिए प्लीज उनको. आप बोल दीजिए. So like I said, technical specifications are so there are different components, and so I can give you the complete technical specifications. We can हाँ, तो processing speed is 600 megahertz with a 512 MB RAM, 512 MB RAM. I think you can work on that. It can be used. It can also be used for IIT application. I would rather say it can also be used for IIT application. It can only be used for IIT application. Cannot be the right thing to say. I am assembling and selling a laptop like a toy. Huh? Design created by. So yes, different components can be inserted in a box, and the whole component can be assembled like a toy, and a laptop can be basically a cheap version of laptop can be sold as a toy. तो घर में पहुंच सकता है, स्कूलों में पहुंच सकता है. प्राइस रेंज के अभी मैंने बताया कि 4700 अभी तक मुझे पड़ रहा है, लेकिन इसको मैं और कम करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ. और किसी को कोई क्वेश्चन? Reliability of the product. I think I would rather skip this question at this moment क्योंकि इसका मेरे पास reliable data नहीं है कि reliability का मैं कैसा आंसर दूँ. What is the RAM size? RAM size अभी बताया मैंने कि 512 MB एक वर्जन में है, इससे कम भी है और ज़्यादा का भी सोचा नहीं मैंने. Since you already know that this is a Raspberry Pi, and I am considering that you are aware of what exactly is it. Raspberry Pi allows you to share the product, not the design, but the product with your customers with a brief contract, and it is very easy to get that contract. So, as of now in Indian market for this product. हाँ. What is the question? What is new is that I am selling a complete product as a toy, as a complete in a complete box. So if we look at a broader aspect, they can be the things that we have in real life is nothing but a version of the already existing product. So who will use it? Who will use it? Like I said, students and the examiners. 512 MB, right? 512 MB is I think yes, you have a point, but I believe there are many applications that can be used. I think you can. Okay, we can, like they have said that we can take it off there.
अच्छा नमस्ते बेटा, आप चले नहीं
Hello, everyone, please wait for 5 minutes. We are finalizing the result and there will be a vote of drinks by Amit Tiwari.
Yeah.
We shall be announcing the results of SMC in another 5 minutes. Please stay put.
खोल के चला गया। ना अभी तो लगाना है, इस पे तो लगा तभी तो उठा लाए। करो जो करना है। चेक कर ले
In couple of minutes we are going to announce the results. Please be seated.
रिजल्ट अनाउंस हो गया।
So we have SMC select results. Number 3, R Cube Life Sciences. I request the founder to please come on the stage, and to hand over the award, I request Pradeep ji to come on the stage. Pradeep Bhargav ji. Please give a round of applause.
खत्म। हाँ जैसे खत्म होता है उसका।
Second, Invoviron. As announced, all SMC Select winners are going to get 20,000 USD worth of free Google Cloud credits. And finally, winner of SMC Select of 15th SMC Central is Micro Tumor Tech. Okay, she already left. Okay. Yeah, requesting Rahul Patel ji to please collect. Requesting all winners to please come on the stage for a photograph, and requesting all judges also to please be on the stage.
Yeah, the jury please come on the stage. And the winners please join back on the stage. And immediately after that, we want all the volunteers on the stage.
Now I request Amit ji to present the vote of thanks.
Hello. So this is a time after 2 days mega event. It's a marathon exercise we all have done. Not taking too much time, I understand the patience level has been going down for everyone. So coming back to the responsibility which I have been given, the vote of thanks. To start with, I would like to first give a heartfelt thanks to all the audience participants who came not only from Kanpur but other cities of the Kanpur and spent 2 full days with us. Many thanks to all of you. Second, I would like to pay a sincere thanks to my whole ESL team, whether he is Parth, Aman, Vishajit, Vedant, Vivek, and there are so many. In fact, I can't remember the name of everyone, but it includes all. So, special thanks to the whole ESL team. These people have worked very hard, not only since last 2 days, but last 1 month. SIIC team, Rahul, Amitabh ji, the other team members of SIIC, they have really worked day and night to make this event a grand success, this 15th SMC. Another thanks, special thanks to Director IIT Kanpur, who basically has given us a platform where we can continue our initiative to build up the startup ecosystem. My personal heartfelt thanks to all our alumni who directly, indirectly, physically, virtually, they all have helped us to make this event a big success. And at last, a special thanks to, of course, Almighty God, who has given us the power where we can do all these activities and end up with a successful result. So, just at the last, thank you very much. I personally say this 50th SMC is a great success, and I hope the coming SMCs will be creating a new milestone for the others. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry. This event cannot be completed with the support of Alumni Association staff, especially Sandhya ji, Thapliyal ji, our crew members, technical team members, our sponsors. They all have worked day and night. I still remember 12 o'clock in the night, I called up Thapliyal ji, ye hona hai. Morning 7 o'clock, I called Sandhya ji, aisa hona chahiye. And without any shikayat, without any problem, whatever, patiently they have done this job. So special thanks to Sandhya ji and Thapliyal ji. Thank you very much.
बगल में